Hello there and welcome. Tonight we're heading somewhere quiet, somewhere green, somewhere that looks harmless in daylight and still manages to make people lower their voices when they talk about it. We're talking about the Appalachian Triangle. It's not an official place on a map, not something you'll see marked with a neat little outline in a visitor centre brochure. You won't find a big wooden sign that says, "Welcome to the Triangle, please enjoy your stay." If anything, it's the opposite. It's a name that tends to show up in conversations when someone is already halfway out the door, or when a local pauses just a little too long before answering your question about the best trail to take. And that's what makes it interesting, because the Appalachian Mountains themselves are not exactly short on stories. They stretch across states, across generations, across a kind of deep, slow history that you can feel in your bones if you stand still long enough. They've got the sort of presence that makes even a confident person feel slightly smaller, not in a bad way, just in a realistic way. The Appalachians have been here a long time. They've watched people come and go, build cabins, abandon cabins, carve roads, forget roads, and walk trails that once belonged to animals alone. So when you hear that there's a certain region within all that wilderness that people warn each other about, you start to wonder what exactly is going on. The Appalachian Triangle, as it's told, is a stretch of mountainous forest where things seem to go wrong more often than they should, where hikers report strange sounds that don't match the animals they know, where people get turned around in ways that don't make sense, where search and rescue teams sometimes find evidence that someone was there but can't find the person themselves, where a day hike turns into a night that feels longer than it should, where locals don't always say, "Oh yeah, I've heard of that," but instead say something more careful, something like, "Just be smart up there," or "Don't go alone," or the one that always lands a little heavier, "If you hear something calling you, don't answer it." Now, I want to be very clear right from the start. Tonight isn't about trying to convince you of one single explanation. We're not going to rush to pin everything on one neat answer, like the woods are a math problem and all we need is the right equation. The truth is, wilderness can be dangerous without being mysterious. People can disappear for very ordinary reasons. Weather changes fast, trails can be confusing, injuries happen, panic happens. And when panic shows up in the forest, it doesn't politely wait for you to get your bearings. But it's also true that the Appalachian Triangle has a certain reputation that goes beyond normal risk. It has the kind of reputation that doesn't fade even when you try to explain it away. And that's where the stories begin to gather, one on top of another, like fallen leaves that don't look like much until you realise how deep they've gotten. So tonight, we're going to take a slow walk through what people say about this place. We'll look at the kinds of warnings locals give, the patterns people claim to notice, the moments that hikers describe with that same specific tone in their voice, the one that says, "I know how this sounds, but I'm telling you anyway." We'll also look at the practical side, the real reasons the Appalachians can be unforgiving, even to experienced hikers. Because sometimes the scariest part isn't a monster in the woods. Sometimes it's the simple fact that a forest is large and a person is small, and it only takes a few bad decisions or one unlucky moment to turn a familiar trail into a problem you can't solve quickly. But first, before we step into any of it, I want to ask you something. Where are you listening from tonight? Are you curled up in bed with the lights low, letting the day slide off your shoulders one piece at a time? Are you on a couch with a blanket that you meant to fold but decided not to because you're tired and that blanket has done nothing wrong? Are you somewhere quiet with headphones on, letting this be your background while you drift closer to sleep? And what time is it for you right now? It feels fitting, doesn't it? A story about a place where people lose track of direction, lose track of hours, lose track of what's normal. And here we are, scattered across time zones, each of us arriving at this moment from our own separate day. Your night might be just beginning or almost over. Your world might be completely still or full of distant sounds, cars passing, a neighbour closing a door, the soft hum of something charging on the floor. If you find this kind of slow storytelling soothing, or if you like learning about strange places without having to leave the comfort of your pillow, I'd be grateful if you gave the video a like and maybe subscribed. It helps this little corner of calm reach people who could use a quiet pause, especially the ones who carry too much noise in their head at night. Now, take a breath. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw unclench if it's been holding on all day like it's trying to win a contest. And let's ease into the Appalachian Triangle, carefully, the way you'd step onto a trail when the ground is damp and you don't want to slip. Because the first thing you need to understand about warnings like this is that they don't usually begin with something dramatic. They don't start with screaming or shadows or a sudden burst of music. Most of the time they begin with something small, something that could be ignored, something you might even laugh about later if it didn't keep happening. A lot of these stories start with a trail that looks perfectly normal. A dirt path worn down by boots and weather, edged by ferns and low brush. A gentle slope. The kind of hike you do on a weekend because you want fresh air and a break from screens. You park the car, lock it, adjust your backpack straps, and step into the trees. At first it feels like any other hike. The air is cooler under the canopy. The light shifts in patches. Birds move somewhere above you, more heard than seen. Then, at some point, the feeling changes. It's hard to describe because it's not always tied to a clear event. It's not like a branch snaps and you immediately know something is wrong. It's more like your body notices something before your mind does. A small shift in the atmosphere. The quiet gets a little too quiet. The temperature dips in a way that feels wrong for the time of day. The forest seems to be listening. Some hikers say they feel it like pressure in the ears, the way you might feel right before a storm. Others describe it like being watched. Not in a paranoid way, but in a specific way that makes them turn around even when they know there's nothing behind them. And of course, there's always the simplest possibility. Maybe it's just your nerves. Maybe you've heard too many stories, and now your mind is filling in blanks that don't need to be filled. Maybe your imagination is too active. Maybe you're tired. Maybe you didn't drink enough water and your brain is already getting a little fuzzy around the edges. That's the thing about the Appalachian Triangle. It lives in that space between what could be normal and what feels wrong anyway. It's the kind of place where even sensible people start to second-guess themselves. And once you start doing that in the woods, your confidence goes soft. You hesitate. You stop trusting your own decisions. And hesitation out there can be expensive. Locals who talk about this area, or any similar area, tend to speak with a kind of practical caution. They don't always frame it as a supernatural thing. Sometimes they frame it like a behavioural pattern. They'll say, people get cocky, or tourists don't respect the terrain, or they think a trail is a guarantee. That last one is important. A trail is not a promise. It's not a fence. It's not a set of rails guiding you safely from point A to point B. It's just a path that enough people walked that it became visible. And in places like the Appalachians, where vegetation grows fast and weather can be aggressive, that visibility can disappear faster than you'd think. A storm can wash out sections. Fallen trees can force detours. Mud can hide footprints. Fog can turn a familiar bend into something you don't recognize. And if you step off the trail even a little, the forest can swallow that mistake quietly. It won't make a big scene about it. It will just keep being a forest, and you will be the one trying to solve a problem with limited tools. Still, even when you account for all of that, There are stories that don't sit neatly inside the box of normal outdoor risk, like the reports of people hearing voices, not animal sounds, not the echo of other hikers, not wind, voices, sometimes calling their name, sometimes calling from off the trail, just far enough that you'd have to leave the path to check, sometimes sounding like someone they know, and that detail is the one that tends to make people uncomfortable, because it hits a nerve that is older than logic. If you hear someone calling for help, your instinct is to respond. Your instinct is to go toward it. Your instinct is to be a decent human being. But locals in areas with deep wilderness sometimes have a different instinct layered over that one, like a second skin. They hesitate, because they've heard enough to know that not every call is what it sounds like. There are practical reasons for this warning too. Sound behaves strangely in mountains. It bounces, it travels, it warps. A person's voice can carry from a ridge and make it seem like it's coming from a hollow. Wind can pull sound sideways. A creak can mask footsteps and make you think you're alone when you're not. If you're tired, if you're anxious, if you're deep in the trees and your brain is already a little strained, you might misinterpret what you're hearing. But the warning remains: don't answer, don't follow, keep moving. Because the people who give this warning aren't saying it like a spooky campfire tale. They're saying it like someone telling you not to touch a hot stove, like someone who doesn't want you to learn the hard way. And when you start collecting warnings like that, one by one, you begin to see the shape of the Appalachian Triangle as something more than a scary name. It becomes a set of patterns. People get turned around. People lose time. People hear something that pulls them off course. People step away from the trail for a moment, and that moment stretches. People come back shaken, or don't come back at all. Now, there's another layer to this, and it's one that doesn't always get talked about in the louder versions of these stories. The Appalachians are old. Not old like a historic building, old like geology, old like bones. They've been worn down by time, reshaped by weather, covered and uncovered by forests over and over. They're not sharp mountains, not like the jagged drama of younger ranges. They're rounded, green, and deceptively gentle looking from a distance. But that softness is misleading, because those slopes still drop, those hollows still hide, those ridges still stretch for miles, and the forest is thick in many places, thick enough that if you step off trail, your view can collapse into a wall of leaves and trunks and shadows within a few feet. The ground can be uneven, full of roots and rocks that catch your ankle. The undergrowth can be dense enough that moving through it is slow and exhausting, and if you're moving slowly, you're losing daylight. That's how the Appalachians get you. Not with a sudden attack, but with gradual erosion of your options. And then there's the weather. Appalachian weather can change quickly. Clouds can roll in and bring fog that erases landmarks. Rain can turn paths into slick channels. Temperatures can drop off to sunset. And if you're damp and underdressed, your body starts burning energy just to stay warm. If you don't have enough food or water, your thinking gets worse. If your thinking gets worse, your decisions get worse. And then the woods feel even stranger, because your mind is no longer working at full strength. A lot of hikers who get into trouble don't realize it right away. They think they're still fine. They keep going. They tell themselves they'll fix it soon. That's one of the most dangerous things about being lost. It often doesn't feel like being lost at first. It feels like being slightly off. And the Appalachian Triangle stories often start exactly there. Slightly off. A trail marker that looks faded. A fork in the path that you don't remember. A bend that seems too early. A creek that wasn't on your map. A sense that you've been walking longer than you should have for the distance you've covered. You check your phone. No signal. You check your watch. The time seems normal, but it doesn't feel normal. You look around and realise you haven't seen another person in a while, and then, sometimes, you hear it. A sound that makes you stop. It could be something simple, a whistle, a crack, a distant call, a rustle that doesn't match the wind. It could be a voice, it could be your name, and this is where the Appalachian Triangle starts to feel like something with its own rules. Not official rules, not written rules, the kind of rules that only exist because people repeat them after surviving something that scared them. If you're listening to this while safe and warm, you might be thinking, I would never follow a voice into the woods. And maybe you wouldn't. But the woods do something to people. They reduce your world to a smaller set of inputs. Your brain starts scanning for meaning. It starts trying to build a story out of limited information. It wants to make sense of what you're hearing and seeing. And if you're tired or scared or alone, your mind can become both too imaginative and too desperate for certainty at the same time. That's when people make choices they wouldn't make in a parking lot. That's when a small decision becomes a big one. Now, before we go deeper into the warnings and the stories, it helps to define what people mean when they say triangle. In a lot of local law, a triangle is a region between 3 points, 3 towns, 3 ridges, 3 stretches of wilderness that form a rough boundary. And inside that boundary, people claim the strange events cluster more tightly. Different people name different points, depending on where they live and what stories they grew up hearing. Some describe it as an area that overlaps with parts of well-known trails. Others connect it to specific forests or parks. The exact borders shift depending on who's talking, which is part of what makes it feel more like a legend than a strict geographic claim. But the concept stays consistent. There's a zone. Inside the zone, the woods feel different. Inside the zone, hikers get warned. Inside the zone, you don't treat the forest like a casual outing. You treat it like something that deserves respect, and that respect shows up in the way locals prepare. They pack more water than they think they need. They bring extra layers. They tell someone exactly where they're going. They avoid hiking alone if they can help it. They start early so they have plenty of daylight. They don't chase shortcuts. They don't leave the trail for curiosity. They don't follow sounds. They don't answer voices. And sometimes they do one more thing that is both practical and oddly personal. They talk to the woods, not like a performance, not like a movie scene, just a simple, quiet acknowledgement. Something like, I'm just passing through, or I'm not here to cause trouble, or even, let me walk in peace. You can interpret that however you want. Some people see it as superstition. Some see it as respect. Some see it as a way to calm your own mind, to set your intention and stay focused. But it shows up in these stories often enough that it becomes part of the pattern. And patterns are what we're going to follow tonight. Not to prove anything, not to make you afraid, but to understand why this particular place has kept its reputation alive for so long. Why even now, with GPS and satellite maps and emergency beacons, you still hear hikers say they felt something they couldn't explain. Why locals still warn people with the kind of seriousness you don't use for entertainment. Because the Appalachian Triangle at its core is about a simple idea. The woods don't have to be evil to be dangerous, and they don't have to be supernatural to be strange. Sometimes the strangest thing is how quickly a normal day can turn into something you'll never forget. So let's take our next step gently. Let's talk about what locals mean when they say there are 3 points, 3 edges, 3 lines that form the shape of this warning. Let's talk about why a triangle, of all shapes, feels so fitting. Not because it's mystical, but because it suggests something contained, something bounded, something you can enter and then later leave, if you do it the right way. And as we move forward, keep your breathing slow, keep your eyes soft. Let the words do what they're meant to do. Guide you through a story at a safe distance, like watching a storm through a window while you stay dry inside. Because next, we're going to lay out the triangle itself, the way it's described, the way it's whispered about, and the way it quietly shapes the choices people make before they ever step under those trees. When people talk about the Appalachian Triangle, they usually don't say it like they're reading a headline. They say it the way you'd mention a stretch of road that has too many accidents, or a bend in a river that keeps pulling boats off course. It's not always dramatic, it's often quiet. It's often paired with a shrug that looks casual but isn't. And the word triangle itself is part of that quiet warning. Because a triangle suggests borders. It suggests 3 points, 3 edges, and something contained inside. It sounds like a place you could point to, even if nobody agrees on the exact coordinates. It sounds like a shape you could draw on a map with a pen, even if the map doesn't officially acknowledge it. It makes the idea feel real in a practical way. Not like a ghost story, but like a known problem area. Locals rarely present it as a mystery they're trying to solve. They present it as a fact of life, like the weather, like the steepness of the ridges, like the way fog rolls in and doesn't care about your plans. Now, if you're hoping for one single official definition of where the Appalachian Triangle begins and ends, you won't get it. Not because people are trying to hide something, but because the triangle isn't a signed boundary. It's not a park, it's not a county, it's not a protected zone with an entrance gate. It's a folk map, a mental outline that's built from stories, disappearances, close calls, and the kind of odd experiences people only talk about when they trust you. In one version, the triangle is described as a region formed between 3 ridges, or 3 high points, or 3 general areas that hikers recognise. In another version, it's tied to a cluster of towns and trailheads where people tend to enter the forest. Some say it overlaps with parts of the Appalachian Trail. Others say it's not the trail itself, but the areas around it, the offshoots and side paths where fewer people go, and where mistakes are easier to make. And what stays consistent, no matter who is telling it, is the idea that inside this region, things tend to go wrong more often than they should. That phrase matters. More often than they should. Because locals who have spent time in these mountains don't pretend the wilderness is safe. They know people get hurt. They know people get lost. They know weather can change quickly, and that a trail that looks simple on a phone screen can feel completely different when you're standing on it, with tired legs and a fading afternoon. So when they say, more often than it should, they're not talking about normal risk. They're talking about something that feels like a pattern. And when humans notice patterns, they start drawing shapes around them. That's where the triangle comes from. Not a surveyor's tool, but a collection of experiences that cluster in a way that makes people uneasy. Now, the Appalachians themselves are full of ridges and valleys that can confuse even a careful hiker. If you've never been in that kind of terrain, it's hard to picture how quickly your sense of direction can dissolve. In a flat landscape, you can often see landmarks. You can orient yourself by the horizon. You can look at the sun and make a decent guess about where you are. In ridge and hollow country, it doesn't work that way. A ridge can block your view. A valley can curve. A trail can snake along a slope in a way that makes your north feel like it keeps shifting. The forest canopy can hide the sun. The clouds can flatten the light so much that everything looks the same shade of grey-green. And when everything looks similar, your brain loses the visual anchors it depends on. That's one reason locals talk about ridges so often when they describe the triangle. Ridges aren't just scenery, they are the structure of the place. They shape how sound travels. They shape where water runs. They shape where people tend to walk. And they shape how easy it is to get turned around. If you've ever been on a trail that runs along a ridgeline, you know how strange it can feel. On one side, the land drops away. On the other side, it drops away too. Wind behaves differently up there. The temperature can shift. And if fog rolls in, a ridge can feel like walking through a blank hallway with no walls, just a sense that you're balanced on something narrow. That's not even a supernatural feeling. That's just what ridges do to your body and your senses. Now add fatigue, add dehydration, add a small injury, like a twisted ankle or a blister that changes your stride. Add the fact that many hikers underestimate how quickly the terrain can drain them, and now you have the perfect setup for trouble. That's the practical foundation under the triangle stories. It's the part you can explain with maps and physiology and basic wilderness safety. And it matters because it means the triangle doesn't need magic to be dangerous. It can be dangerous simply because it's built to be difficult. But the warnings locals give don't stop at the practical. They often include things that are harder to categorise. They'll tell you to stay on the trail, which is normal advice. Then they'll tell you not to answer if you hear someone calling you. That's not normal advice. They'll tell you not to whistle at night. They'll tell you not to follow lights. They'll tell you if you feel like you're being watched, you should leave, even if you can't explain why. And these aren't always said with a grin. Sometimes they're said with a flat expression, like someone listing rules they learned the hard way. So what does the triangle actually mean in their minds? It means a region where the usual rules of hiking feel less reliable, not because gravity stops working or because time literally rewinds, but because the environment seems to create conditions where people make mistakes more easily, and where those mistakes have worse consequences. It means a region where people report the same kinds of odd experiences, even when they don't know each other, and even when they aren't looking for something strange. It means a region where, if you're from there, you don't treat the woods like a theme park. You treat it like a living system that can overwhelm you if you're careless. And it also means something else, something quieter. It means a region where locals feel protective, not of the land itself, as if they own it, but of the people who come into it without understanding it. Because locals have seen what happens when visitors assume the trail will take care of them. They've heard the sirens, they've seen the search crews, they've watched helicopters sweep the tree line, they've known someone who never came back the same, even if they did come back alive. That kind of experience shapes the way you speak. It shapes the way you warn. It shapes the way you look at someone who says, "I'm just going for a quick hike." The triangle warning is often a way of saying, don't be casual with this place. Now, let's talk about why 3 points matter so much in these stories. Humans love 3-point structures. It's a natural way to organise information. 3 is easy to remember. 3 feels complete. A beginning, a middle, an end. 3 corners of a shape. 3 pegs to hang a story on. So when people start noticing that a certain region has a certain kind of trouble, they start anchoring it to 3 recognisable points. Those points might be towns, trailheads, ridges, or general areas. And over time, as the stories get repeated, the triangle becomes more defined in people's minds. But here's the important detail. Even if the borders are fuzzy, the behaviour inside the triangle is what matters to locals. They don't need a perfect map. They need a warning that sticks. A triangle sticks. Now, one of the reasons the triangle concept has lasted is because it matches the experience of getting lost in mountainous forest. When people get lost, they often move in loops without realising it. This is not a myth. It's a documented behaviour. In thick forest, without strong landmarks, humans tend to drift in circles. It can be caused by small imbalances in the body, differences in leg strength, uneven ground, or simply the way we correct our path unconsciously. You think you're walking straight, but you're not. You keep curving. and you don't notice until you hit something familiar, like your own footprints or a stream you already crossed. Now imagine what that feels like when you're already anxious. You walk for a while trying to get back, you think you're making progress. Then you see something you've seen before, a fallen log, a distinctive rock, a bend in the trail, and your stomach drops because you realise you've been moving but not escaping. That feeling, that looping sensation, is one of the strongest emotional ingredients in triangle stories. It makes people feel like the woods are doing something to them, like the place is steering them, like the landscape is rearranging itself. In reality, it's often a combination of terrain and stress and human navigation limits. But knowing that doesn't always make it feel better in the moment, because fear doesn't care about explanations. Fear cares about outcomes. And if you're deep in the trees and you realise you've been walking in a loop, your mind starts looking for reasons. Some people blame themselves. Some people blame bad luck. Some people blame the triangle. Now, let's take a step into the kinds of stories locals use as evidence that the triangle is real, at least in the sense that it's a place where you should be careful. One of the most common categories is what people call the easy hike that wasn't easy. Someone plans a simple route, a few miles out, a few miles back. They've done it before, or they've read reviews, or they've got a map downloaded. They're not reckless. They're not doing anything extreme. They might even be experienced. And then something small goes wrong. They miss a turn. They step off trail to take a photo. They follow a side path that looks like a shortcut. They stop paying attention for just a few minutes, and suddenly they can't find the trail again. This is more common than people realise. Trails can vanish in leaf litter. In some seasons, the ground is covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves that hides the packed dirt line. Side trails made by animals can look like human trails for a short distance. Erosion can reshape a path. A storm can knock down trees and force detours that confuse the route. And once the trail is gone, the woods become a maze. Not a maze with walls you can see, but a maze made of sameness. Tree after tree, hill after hill, and the deeper you go, the more the forest closes behind you. Now add another category of story, the something felt wrong story. This one is harder to pin down because it's about intuition. A hiker is doing fine, then suddenly feels uneasy, not because of a bear sign or a storm cloud, just a feeling, a sense of being watched, a sense that they should leave. Some describe it as pressure, others as a sudden quiet, others as a feeling that the woods got too still. They turn around and leave, and later they find out that something happened in that area. A missing person report, a search, a warning posted online. Or sometimes they never find out anything, but the feeling stays with them. Locals tend to respect these stories more than outsiders do. They may not explain them, but they don't mock them either, because people who spend time in the woods learn that intuition is sometimes your first warning system. Your senses pick up on things your conscious mind hasn't sorted yet. You might hear a subtle shift in bird calls. You might notice the wind stopping. You might catch a faint smell of something. You might see a movement that doesn't fit. And your brain, without giving you a neat explanation, just tells you, go. In the triangle stories, this feeling shows up often enough that it becomes part of the warning. If you feel like you're not alone, don't argue with it. Leave. Now, another category, the missing time story. This is the one that makes people lean in when they hear it, because it doesn't fit the usual outdoor risk narrative. A hiker starts a trail at a certain time. They check their watch or phone. They hike what should be a short loop. Then they come out much later than expected, sometimes hours later, with no clear memory of what happened in between. there are practical explanations for this too. Confusion, fatigue, dehydration, minor injury, getting turned around, taking longer routes than expected. Even panic can create memory gaps. If your body goes into a stress response, your memory formation can change. You might not encode events normally. Later, it feels like time vanished. But when someone tells you they lost time, and they say it with certainty, it becomes one of those details that sticks. Because it sounds like something bigger than a wrong turn. It sounds like the woods did something to them. And in the triangle, people collect those details like proof. Now let's talk about why locals might choose to frame all of this as a triangle, rather than just saying the mountains are dangerous. Because the mountains are dangerous is too broad. It doesn't stick. It doesn't change behaviour. But the triangle is specific enough to make you pause. It makes you feel like there's a line you might cross without realising it. It creates a sense of threshold. And thresholds matter in human psychology. When we believe we're entering a specific zone, we become more alert. We pay more attention. We prepare differently. We take warnings more seriously. That's one reason the triangle concept might persist, even if every single event inside it has a normal explanation. It's a tool. It's a way of saying, this area demands respect, and respect keeps you alive. But there's another reason locals keep warning people, and it has less to do with psychology and more to do with frustration. Because search and rescue is expensive. It's dangerous for the rescuers. It pulls volunteers away from their families. It puts helicopters in the air. It puts people in rough terrain at night. And it often begins the same way. A hiker who didn't tell anyone their route. A hiker who assumed their phone would work. A hiker who packed light because it was just a day hike. A hiker who underestimated how early the sun sets under tree cover. So locals warn people because they've seen the consequences. They've watched someone's casual choice become a community emergency. And when you've seen that enough times, you stop being polite about it. You stop saying, have fun out there. You start saying, stay on the trail. Now, the triangle warnings often include very specific advice that goes beyond general hiking tips. For example, locals sometimes say not to hike at dusk. This is practical. Dusk in the forest is a bad time to be far from your car. Light drops quickly. Shadows stretch. Depth perception changes. Your eyes need time to adjust, and animals become more active. Even if you're not afraid of wildlife can still surprise you. A startled deer can crash through brush and sound like something huge. A bear can be nearby without you seeing it. Coyotes can call out and make the hair on your arms rise. But dusk also affects the human mind. When the light changes, the forest looks different. Familiar landmarks become unfamiliar. A path that looked clear an hour ago now looks like a dark line through darker trees. Your brain starts filling in shapes. Your imagination wakes up. So the triangle warning about dusk is both practical and psychological. It's about not letting the environment shift into a form that makes mistakes more likely. Another warning is to avoid shortcuts. This is the classic trap. People see a bend in the trail and think, if I cut across, I'll save time. But in mountainous terrain, cutting across often means crossing uneven ground, thick brush, and hidden drop-offs. It means leaving the predictable route for a chaotic one, and once you leave the trail, it's harder to find it again. Locals know that. They've seen people do it. They've heard the same story too many times, so they say, don't shortcut. And when they say it in the context of the triangle, it sounds like a rule of survival, not just advice. Now, there's one more thing locals mean when they say the triangle, and it's the part that doesn't always get spoken out loud. They mean the woods have a personality. Not in a magical way, but in a lived way. When you spend enough time in a landscape, you start noticing its moods. You notice which hollows stay cold even in summer. You notice which ridges catch wind and which ones stay still. You notice where fog gathers. You notice where sound carries strangely. You notice where animals behave differently. Over time, those observations become a kind of local knowledge that doesn't always translate well into formal language. So instead of saying, "This area has unusual acoustic properties and frequent low-lying fog that reduces visibility," a local might say, "That place is weird." Instead of saying, "People tend to get disoriented in this valley due to similar topography and limited sight lines," they might say, "Folks get turned around in there." Instead of saying, "There are multiple intersecting trails and old logging roads that confuse navigation," they might say, "Don't go in there unless you know what you're doing." And instead of saying, "This region has a higher number of reported incidents," they might say, "That's the triangle." It's a shorthand for a lot of lived experience. Now, if you're listening to this and wondering whether the triangle is real, in the sense of being a place where something unnatural happens, you don't have to decide that tonight. You can hold the question gently. You can let it sit there without forcing an answer. Because what matters for the story is that people believe in it enough to warn others. Belief shapes behaviour, warnings shape choices, and choices shape outcomes. And in a landscape like the Appalachians, outcomes can change fast. So as we move forward, we're going to look at the first and most common warning locals give, the one that sounds simple until you realise how many people ignore it. Stay on the trail. Not because the trail is sacred, not because the woods punish curiosity, but because the moment you step off, the forest stops being a path and becomes a system. And that system does not care whether you meant to take a quick photo or whether you were only going to be gone from the trail for a minute. It will still be there when you're done. The question is whether you will still know how to get back. There's a certain kind of warning that doesn't sound like a story. It sounds like instruction. It sounds like something you'd hear from someone who has already seen the consequences and doesn't want to see them again. In the Appalachian Triangle, the first rule of the woods is usually said in plain language. Don't leave the trail. Sometimes it's phrased a little differently. Stay on the path. Don't cut through the brush. Don't wander off to explore. Don't step off just because you think you'll be fine. But the meaning is the same, and locals say it with a firmness that can catch people off guard, especially visitors who think hiking is mostly about fresh air and pretty views. If you've spent time around people who grew up near the mountains, you might recognise that tone. It isn't meant to scare you for fun. It's meant to stop you from making a mistake that feels small in the moment, but becomes large once you're surrounded by trees and you can't see your car, your trailhead, or any familiar landmark. And if you ask them why, you'll usually get two kinds of answers. One is practical, the other is not. The practical answer is simple. Trails exist for a reason. They're the safest route through terrain that can be confusing even when the weather is perfect. They're the path of least resistance. They're the line that keeps you from stepping into steep drop-offs, thick briars, unstable rocks, hidden sinkholes, and places where you can twist an ankle so badly you can't walk back out. They also keep you from getting lost. And getting lost in the Appalachians is not like getting lost in a city. In a city, you can keep walking until you hit something recognisable. A gas station, a road, a building, another person. Even if you're turned around, the world gives you information. In the woods, the world can become repetitive. Tree after tree, hill after hill, the same shade of green, the same pattern of branches, the same damp smell. If you walk far enough in the wrong direction, you don't hit something recognisable. You hit more forest. That's the practical reason. But then there's the other answer, the one that makes people lower their voice. Even if they don't fully believe in what they're about to say, they'll tell you not to leave the trail because that's when things start. That's when the triangle notices you. That's when you stop being a hiker on a known route and become someone who is wandering, someone who is no longer predictable, someone who is no longer moving with the flow of other people. And whether you interpret that as folklore or as psychology, the effect is the same. Leaving the trail is where the trouble begins. Now, the thing about that rule is that it's easy to agree with it while you're sitting comfortably at home. It makes sense. Of course, you should stay on the trail. It's obvious. It's common sense. But common sense has a way of fading when you're actually out there. Because the reasons people leave the trail are usually ordinary. They see a view through the trees and want a better angle for a photo. They notice a stream and want to step closer to it. They think they see a shortcut that will save time. They spot a rock formation and want to climb it. They need to use the bathroom and want privacy. They drop something, a glove, a water bottle, a phone, and step off to retrieve it. Or they're simply curious. Curiosity is not a crime. It's one of the reasons humans explore at all. But curiosity is also the reason people end up in situations they didn't plan for. And in the Appalachian Triangle, curiosity is often the beginning of the story. A person takes a few steps off the trail, just a few. They can still see the path. They can still hear the distant voices of other hikers. They can still feel confident that they'll step back onto the trail in 30 seconds. Then they take a few more steps. The brush gets thicker. The ground slopes. The trees block the view. The trail disappears behind a screen of the leaves. They turn around to go back, and suddenly the trail isn't where they thought it was. It's not gone. It's still there somewhere. But the forest has a way of making somewhere feel like anywhere, and anywhere feel like nowhere. That's the first trap. The trail is not as wide as it feels when you're standing on it. It's a thin line, a narrow corridor. Step off it, and you lose that corridor quickly. Now, there's another reason locals say you should never leave the trail, and it has nothing to do with getting lost, at least not directly. It has to do with the way people behave when they realise they might be lost. Most people don't stop immediately and admit it. They try to fix it. They think, it's fine, I'll just head back the way I came. But the way you came is not always obvious in the woods. Trails curve, landmarks repeat, the light shifts, the wind changes, your mind starts doubting itself. So you pick a direction, you walk, you expect to see the trail again in a minute. You don't. Now you're not just off the trail. You're moving deeper into unknown terrain, and you might still be calm, but the calm has a crack in it. You stop. You listen. You look around. You think you hear something, maybe water, maybe wind, maybe a bird, maybe a person. You decide to follow that sound, because following a sound feels like doing something. It feels like progress. And that's the second trap. In the woods, doing something is not always better than doing nothing. Sometimes the best thing you can do is stop. But stopping feels wrong to people. It feels passive. It feels like giving up. It feels like admitting you made a mistake. So people keep moving. And the more they move, the harder it becomes to find their way back. That's why search and rescue teams often tell hikers the same advice, even outside of any triangle story. If you're lost, stop moving. But in the triangle stories, people often don't stop. They keep going. And that's when the stories begin to include the details that make the place feel different. Because once someone is off trail and moving without a clear plan, their perception changes, their stress rises, their senses sharpen in some ways and blur in others, and then they notice things. They notice the forest getting quieter, they notice the air getting colder, they notice the feeling of being watched, they notice sounds that seem to follow them, and at that point, whether those things are real or imagined, they affect behaviour. A person who feels watched walks faster. A person who walks faster makes more mistakes. A A person who makes more mistakes gets farther from safety. So the first rule of the woods, don't leave the trail, isn't just about navigation. It's about preventing the cascade. It's about preventing the moment where your body switches from pleasant hike to survival mode. Because survival mode changes you. It changes the way you think. It changes the way you interpret sound. It changes the way you judge distance. It changes the way you remember what happened. And that last part matters. Because some of the most unsettling triangle stories come from people who return alive, but unable to explain what happened clearly. They'll say things like, I don't know why I did that, or I don't remember how I got there, or it felt like I was walking for 5 minutes, but it was hours. That kind of story doesn't always mean something supernatural happened. It can mean stress and confusion. It can mean exhaustion. It can mean dehydration. It can mean a mild head injury from a fall they didn't even notice as serious at the time. But when people hear those stories repeated in the same region, again and again, they start to build meaning around them. And that meaning becomes the triangle. Now let's talk about the second version of the first rule, the one locals say when they want to be more specific. Don't follow anything off the trail, not a sound, not a voice, not light, not footprints, not movement, not even something that looks interesting. Because the triangle stories often include a moment where the person is still close enough to the trail that they could have turned back safely. They could have returned to the known path. They could have ended the hike, gone home, and had a normal story. But something pulled them. Sometimes it's curiosity. Sometimes it's concern, because they think they heard someone calling for help. Sometimes it's irritation, because they think someone is messing with them. Sometimes it's confidence, because they think they can handle it. And sometimes it's something hard to explain. A feeling, a sudden certainty that they need to go that way. And once they do, the story changes. This is where locals start adding rules that sound like superstition, but often have practical roots. For example, some people say you should never answer if you hear your name in the woods. The practical explanation is that you might be hearing another hiker calling someone else, or a sound that resembles your name, or an echo, or even a bird call that your brain is turning into a word. Human brains are built to recognize patterns, especially speech patterns. In low visibility environments, the brain tries to make sense of sound quickly. But the folklore explanation is different. The folklore explanation says that if something calls you by name and you answer, you're giving it permission. You're acknowledging it. You're making yourself easier to follow. That idea shows up in many cultures, not just in Appalachia. The concept of names having power is ancient. The idea of not responding to unknown voices in the dark is older than written history. And in the triangle stories, it becomes part of the warning system. Don't answer. Keep walking. Stay on the trail. Now, another rule locals sometimes mention is to avoid whistling. This one sounds strange if you haven't heard it before, but it's surprisingly common in Appalachian folklore. Some say whistling attracts unwanted attention. Some say it invites things closer. Some say it's disrespectful to the woods. The practical explanation is that whistling can confuse communication. It can make other hikers think someone is signaling for help. It can also mask other sounds like footsteps or animal movement because you're filling the air with your own noise. It can give you a false sense of comfort while reducing your awareness. But again, the folklore explanation is stronger in the stories. Whistling is said to cool things, and whether or not you believe that, the fact that locals repeat the warning tells you something about how seriously they take the atmosphere of the place. Now let's talk about the most important part of the first rule, the part that often gets ignored because it feels too simple. Never go alone. People do it anyway, of course. Many hikers prefer solitude. Many people hike alone because they don't have anyone available to join them. Some feel safer alone because they don't want to manage someone else's pace or needs. Some are experienced and confident. But in the triangle stories, being alone is often the difference between a close call and a disappearance. Because when you're alone, there's nobody to confirm what you heard. Nobody to say, that was just wind. Nobody to say, no, the trail is this way. Nobody to notice you're making a bad decision. Nobody to help if you fall. Nobody to go for help while you stay put. Even a small injury becomes a major problem if you're alone. A twisted ankle is inconvenient if you have a friend who can support you back to the car. It's dangerous if you're deep in the woods by yourself and you can't put weight on your foot. And when you're alone, fear hits harder. Fear has less resistance. There's no conversation to ground you, no shared laughter to break the tension, no second opinion to challenge your panic, so locals say, don't go alone, and they mean it. Now, you might be wondering how all of this connects specifically to the Appalachian Triangle, rather than just being general hiking advice. The answer is that the triangle stories often begin with a violation of this first rule. A person leaves the trail, a person follows a sound, a person goes alone, a person stays out too late, a person assumes they can fix the situation quickly, and then the forest becomes a different place, not necessarily because the forest changed, but because the person's relationship to it changed. They went from being guided to being unguided, from being oriented to being disoriented, from being calm to being alert. And in that state, everything feels amplified. The darkness looks darker. The distance feels longer. The silence feels heavier. The sounds feel closer. The shadows feel like shapes. Now, one of the most unsettling things about triangle warnings is that locals often describe the woods as if they are actively trying to lure you away from the trail. Again, you don't have to believe that literally. But it's worth understanding why it feels that way to people, because the woods are full of distractions. A deer crashing through brush can sound like a person running. A bird call can sound like a whistle. Wind through certain branches can sound like faint voices. A creak can sound like footsteps. Fog can create the illusion of movement, and when you're tired, your brain fills in gaps. If you've ever been in a quiet house at night and heard a sound and immediately thought it was something serious, you know how fast your mind can jump. Now imagine that same reaction, but you're alone in a forest and the sound is coming from somewhere you can't see. Your body responds before your logic does. Your heart rate changes. Your breathing changes. Your muscles tense. And once your body's in that state, you're primed to interpret everything as meaningful. That's why locals say, don't follow sounds. Because the moment you do, you're stepping into uncertainty. And uncertainty is where panic grows. Now there's another aspect to the first rule that doesn't get talked about as often, but it matters. The Appalachians contain old human structures that are easy to stumble across. Old logging roads, old foundations, abandoned cabins, stone walls, mine entrances, unmarked clearings. Some of these are harmless, some are not. Some are unstable, some are dangerous. Some are simply confusing, because they look like paths but don't lead anywhere safe. A hiker steps off trail and finds an old road. They assume it connects back to the main trail. They follow it, and narrows. It fades. It becomes nothing. Now they are deeper in the woods, with less idea of where they are than before. So the first rule, don't leave the trail, also protects you from the human history hidden in the forest, the remnants of work and settlement that the woods have partially swallowed. These places can feel eerie even in daylight, not because of ghosts, but because they remind you that people once lived there and then left, and the forest didn't mind. It grew over everything. It erased the edges. It made the world look natural again. Now, let's talk about what happens when someone breaks the first rule and then tries to correct it. This is where triangle stories start to include specific details that locals repeat. The person tries to backtrack, but everything looks different. They walk in what they think is a straight line, but end up circling. They find the trail, then lose it again. They see something that looks like a marker, but it's not. They follow a stream thinking it will lead to a road, but it doesn't. They climb uphill thinking they'll get a view, but the canopy blocks everything. They call out, but the forest absorbs their voice. They listen, but hear nothing back. And then, in some stories, they hear something answer anyway. That's where the triangle reputation thickens, because the people who come back often describe the woods as if they were being played with, as if the place was testing them, as if it was nudging them in the wrong direction. Again, it might be stress and terrain and sound distortion, but the experience is real to them, and locals trust experience more than theories. Now, there's one more part of the first rule that's almost never said directly, but it sits underneath everything. Don't assume the woods care about you. That sounds harsh, but it's one of the most important truths in wilderness safety. The woods are not your enemy, but they are not your friend either. They are not cruel, but they are not kind. They are simply there. They will not adjust themselves to your needs. They will not make it easier because you're tired. They will not slow down the sunset because you're behind schedule. They will not keep you warm because you didn't pack a jacket. They will not guide you back because you meant well. And that's why locals warn hikers the way they do. Because the first rule of the woods isn't a superstition. It's a boundary. It's a line that keeps you in the world where your choices still have a margin for error. Once you step off the trail, that margin gets smaller. And the triangle stories, over and over, are about what happens when the margin disappears. So if you're listening and you've ever hiked, or you've ever thought about hiking, or you've ever stood at the edge of a trailhead and felt that little thrill of stepping into the trees, hold on to this rule. Not as fear, as respect. Stay on the trail. Don't follow sounds. Don't answer voices. Don't go alone. And if you ever feel that shift in the air, that subtle change that makes your skin tighten, don't argue with it. Don't negotiate with it. Don't try to prove you're brave. Just turn around and walk back the way you came while you still can. Because the next thing we need to talk about is what happens when people ignore that rule, not out of recklessness, but out of something far more human. The belief that the trail can't possibly change. The belief that they'll recognize their way back. The belief that the forest is stable. And in the Appalachian Triangle, one of the most common things hikers say after a close call is a sentence that always sounds the same, no matter who tells the story. I swear the trail wasn't like that before. There's a moment that shows up again and again in stories from the Appalachian Triangle, and it usually sounds simple when someone says it out loud, almost too simple to be scary. They'll say, the trail didn't look right, or something felt off. Or if they're trying to sound more reasonable, they'll say, maybe I was just tired, but I swear it wasn't like that earlier. And that's the part that sticks, because if you've ever hiked even a familiar route, you know how much you rely on the trail being stable. Not perfect, not identical every time, but stable enough that your brain can track it without constant effort. You remember the general shape. You remember a bend. You remember where the path narrows. You remember a big rock or a fallen log. You remember that the trail crosses a stream once, not twice. You remember that the slope eases up after a certain point. That memory becomes your safety net. So when the trail suddenly doesn't match your memory, your mind starts searching for explanations. Maybe you missed a turn. Maybe you're on the wrong branch. Maybe you're further along than you thought. Maybe you're less observant than you should be. Maybe you're mixing it up with another hike. Those are all normal possibilities. They happen all the time. But in the Appalachian Triangle stories, people describe a different feeling. Not just confusion, but a sense that the environment itself has shifted in a way that makes their skin tighten. They describe it like the woods have taken something familiar and made it unfamiliar on purpose. And whether or not that's literally true, the experience can be strong enough that it changes how people move, it changes how they breathe, it changes how quickly they decide to leave. Because when a trail feels wrong, you're no longer just hiking. You're trying to solve a problem, and problems in the woods can grow faster than you expect. Now, to understand why this happens, we need to talk about how trails actually work in places like the Appalachians. A hiking trail is not a paved sidewalk. It's not a fixed structure. It's a negotiated path between humans and nature. It exists because people keep walking it, because someone maintains it, because the land allows it, but the land is always trying to reclaim it. Leaves fall, branches drop, rain carves channels, roots push up, mud shifts, rocks slide, animals move through, plants grow in and close gaps. So even on an officially maintained trail, the environment is constantly editing the route. Most of the time, those edits are small. A new puddle, a patch of mud, a fallen limb, a tree that's down across the path, a section that looks narrower because the brush grew in. You step over it, walk around it, and keep going. But sometimes the changes are bigger. A storm can knock down multiple trees and force a detour that wasn't there last week. A landslide can shift a slope. A creek can rise and erase the clear crossing point. A section can be washed out and replaced with a temporary reroute. Even something as simple as a thick layer of fallen leaves can hide the worn dirt line and make the trail look like it disappears. And in the Appalachians, where storms are frequent and the terrain is steep, these changes can happen quickly. So the first explanation for the trail felt wrong is that it genuinely changed. But that doesn't explain everything people describe. Because in the Triangle stories, hikers often say the trail felt wrong in a way that wasn't just physical. They say it felt wrong emotionally. They describe a sudden heaviness in the air. They describe the sound changing, like the woods got quieter, or like the wind stopped, or like even the birds paused. They describe the light shifting, not because the sun moved behind a cloud, but because the forest felt darker than it should. They describe the trail seeming to stretch, like they walked longer than they should have without reaching the next landmark. And then they describe the moment where they realise something important. They aren't sure they're on the same trail anymore. Now, again, there are practical reasons for this too. Forests can create the illusion of darkness even during the day. Thick canopy blocks sunlight. Narrow valleys hold shadow. Fog diffuses light. The ground can be damp and dark, reflecting less brightness upward. Your eyes can adjust to one lighting condition and then struggle when it changes. Sound changes too. Wind shifts. Bird activity changes. If you move into a different microclimate, a hollow or a ridge, the air behaves differently. A creek can mask other noises. A dense patch of trees can absorb sound. A slope can bounce sound in strange ways. You can be in a place where everything suddenly feels muted, and when your senses shift like that, your brain notices. It doesn't always label it correctly, but it notices. That's when the wrong feeling shows up. Now, here's where the Appalachian Triangle reputation comes in, because in a normal hiking story, a trail feeling wrong might just be a moment of mild confusion. You check your map, you check your GPS, you backtrack, you find the correct turn, you laugh about it later. In the Triangle stories, that moment is often the beginning of a cascade. The person tries to correct the confusion, but it gets worse. They try to backtrack, but the backtrack doesn't lead them where it should. They find a marker that doesn't match the trail map. They reach a fork they don't remember. They notice that the blazes, the painted trail markers, are missing, or look different, or are spaced strangely. They feel like the trail is guiding them somewhere else, and the longer they stay in that state, the more their confidence erodes. This is the part that locals pay attention to, because confidence is one of the most valuable things you have in the woods. Not arrogance, not bravado, but steady confidence. The ability to make decisions calmly, to trust your observations, to stay oriented. When the trail feels wrong, that confidence starts to crumble, and once it crumbles, fear has more room to move in. Now, there's a very common detail in these stories that seems small but matters a lot. People often describe the trail as splitting. They say they came to a fork that they don't remember, or they say the trail seemed to branch into multiple faint paths, or they say the trail became unclear and then reappeared in a different place. This happens for real, and it happens often. Animal paths can intersect with human trails. Old logging roads can look like trails. Unofficial side paths made by hikers taking shortcuts can create confusing splits. In some areas, trails braid. They split and rejoin, especially around obstacles like downed trees or muddy sections. If you've never seen a braided trail, it can be surprisingly disorienting. You think you're on the main path, then you realize there are 3 similar paths, all leading in slightly different directions, and you have to decide which one is correct. In a calm state, you can handle that. In a stress state, you might choose wrong. And the moment you choose wrong, you start creating a new story. Because once you walk 10 minutes down the wrong branch, it becomes harder to turn back. Not physically, but mentally. People don't like reversing decisions. It feels like losing progress. It feels like admitting a mistake. It feels like wasting time, so they keep going. And in the triangle stories, keep going is often the worst choice. Now, another detail that shows up is the idea of the trail stretching. A person says they've walked this loop before. It's supposed to take an hour. But now it feels like it's taking 2, 3, 4. They keep expecting to reach a familiar point, and they don't. They start to wonder if they misremembered the distance. They start to wonder if they're walking slower than usual. They start to wonder if they somehow ended up on a different route. Again, practical reasons exist. Fatigue slows you down. Mud slows you down. Uneven terrain slows you down. Detours slow you down. Stopping to check your phone slows you down. Stress slows you down because you pause more, you hesitate, you look around. But in the triangle stories, the stretching is often described as more than slowness. It's described as a feeling that the trail is looping without ending. This is where the idea of the forest rearranging itself starts to appear. Because when you're walking and you keep seeing the same kinds of trees, the same slope, the same rocks, your brain can start to feel like you're stuck in a repeating scene, like the environment is recycling itself, like you're walking forward but not getting anywhere. And that feeling is one of the fastest ways to create panic. Because panic is not just fear. Panic is the sense that your actions are no longer working, that your effort isn't producing progress, that you're trapped in a system you can't control. Now let's talk about one of the most unsettling versions of the trail felt wrong story. The one where the person finds something that shouldn't be there. Sometimes it's a structure, an old fence line, a stone wall, a collapsed foundation, an abandoned camp, a strange arrangement of sticks. Sometimes it's a sign, a marker that doesn't match official signage, a blaze painted in a colour that isn't used on that trail, a carved symbol, a ribbon tied to a branch. Sometimes it's something simple, like a footprint, but it looks wrong, too large. too deep, too fresh, going in a direction that doesn't make sense. Now it's important not to jump to conclusions here. The woods contain all kinds of things. People build things and abandon them. Hunters mark paths, hikers leave trash, storms move debris, animals drag objects. Someone could have tied a ribbon as a navigation aid. Someone could have carved a symbol for fun. But when you're already unsettled, these objects take on more meaning, and meaning is what fear feeds on. If you see something odd while you're calm, you might shrug. If you see something odd while you're disoriented, you might interpret it as a warning, or a sign, or a trap. And once you interpret it that way, your body reacts. Now, one of the reasons locals warn hikers about the triangle is because they've heard these stories from people who aren't prone to exaggeration. Experienced hikers, hunters, people who grew up in the area, people who have spent their whole lives in the woods and don't scare easily. When those people say something was wrong, it carries more weight, because they know what normal feels like. They know what a deer sounds like. They know what wind sounds like. They know what it feels like to be alone in the forest. So when they describe a moment where the trail felt wrong, they're not describing unfamiliarity. They're describing a disruption. And disruption is what makes the triangle feel like more than just difficult terrain. Now there's another layer to this, and it has to do with how the human brain builds mental maps. When you hike, your brain is constantly creating a spatial model of where you are. You're tracking turns, slopes, landmarks, distances, and time. Even if you're not consciously doing it, your brain is doing it. It's comparing what you see now to what you saw a minute ago. It's predicting what should come next based on the pattern of the trail. This is why familiar trails feel easy. Your brain already has the model. When the trail stops matching the model, your brain has to work harder. It has to update. It has to decide whether the mismatch is because the trail changed, or because you made a wrong turn, or because you're misremembering. That extra mental work increases stress. Stress narrows attention. Narrowed attention makes you miss details. Missing details makes you more likely to get turned around. So the trail felt wrong phenomenon can be a feedback loop. A small mismatch creates stress. Stress reduces your ability to correct the mismatch. Reduced ability increases mismatch. And now you're in trouble. In the triangle stories, that loop is often described as the woods messing with you. But even if it's just psychology, the result is still real. You're disoriented, you're anxious, you're making decisions under pressure. Now here's where locals add another warning, one that sounds almost like a joke until you realise they mean it. If you feel like the trail is wrong, turn back immediately. Don't push forward hoping it will fix itself. Don't keep going because you don't want to waste time. Don't keep going because you think the destination is close. Turn back while you still know how. Because the most dangerous thing about a trail that feels wrong is that you can keep walking and convince yourself it will become right again. And sometimes it doesn't. Now, let's talk about the way people describe the forest rearranging itself, because that phrase shows up often, and it can mean several different things. Sometimes it means the trail markers seem to disappear. Trailblazers are usually painted on trees or posts, and they're spaced at intervals so you can confirm you're on the right route. In good conditions, you barely think about them. You just see them now and then and feel reassured. But if you go off trail, or if you're on a confusing section, those blazes become important. And some hikers describe a moment where they realise they haven't seen a blaze in too long. They start looking for one. They walk faster, thinking they'll see one around the next bend. They don't. Now they stop and scan the trees. Nothing. That's when the fear starts to tighten. Because blazes are like breadcrumbs. They're proof that you're on a known route. Without them, you're in uncertainty. So when people say the forest rearranged itself, sometimes they mean they lost their breadcrumbs. Sometimes it means the trail itself becomes less defined. It narrows. It becomes patchy. It becomes a faint depression in leaves rather than a clear line of dirt. It starts looking like multiple faint paths rather than one. And sometimes it means the landmarks they remember are missing. A fallen log they expected to see isn't there. A big rock they remember isn't there. A stream crossing they remember isn't there. Now, landmarks can change. Logs rot. Rocks get covered in leaves. Streams shift. Flooding moves debris. Snow can hide features. Fog can hide features. Light can make a rock look different. But again, when you're disoriented, the absence of a landmark feels personal. It feels like the place is hiding things from you. Now, there's one more meaning of rearranging, and it's the one that makes triangle stories sound eerie. People sometimes describe the woods as if they were guiding them away from safety. They'll say things like, "Every time I tried to go back, I ended up deeper," or "It felt like I couldn't find the trail no matter what direction I went," or "I kept coming back to the same spot." This can happen for normal reasons. In thick terrain, you can drift in circles. You can follow the path of least resistance without realizing it leads you downhill into a hollow. You can avoid thick brush and accidentally steer yourself into a valley that curves you back around. And once you're in a valley, climbing out can be exhausting. People tend to follow the easier route, which is often along the valley floor. That can lead you away from trail systems and toward more remote terrain, so the woods aren't necessarily guiding you, but your body is. Your body chooses the easier route, and the easier route is often the wrong route. Now let's talk about how this becomes a triangle warning rather than just a general hiking phenomenon. Because in the triangle stories, people often report the same sequence. They start on a known trail. They feel fine. Then the atmosphere shifts. Then the trail feels wrong. Then they hesitate. Then they make a decision that seems small. Then the situation escalates. And the escalation often includes one more detail: sound. Because once the trail feels wrong, hikers start listening harder. They start scanning for clues, and in that heightened listening, the forest becomes louder in some ways and stranger in others. They hear branches snapping. They hear footsteps that match their pace. They hear a whistle. They hear something calling. And this is where the triangle stories start to blend the practical and the unsettling. Because the woods are full of sounds, but the human mind is full of interpretation. If you're calm, a branch snap is just a branch snap. If you're anxious, a branch snap is a sign. And once you start seeing signs, the trail doesn't just feel wrong, it feels intentional. That's when people start to believe the forest is rearranging itself around them. Now, there's another reason trails can feel wrong, and it's one that doesn't get enough attention. Old trails exist. Unofficial trails exist. Logging roads exist. Animal paths exist. And in some parts of the Appalachians, these routes overlap in confusing ways. A person might be on an official trail and then accidentally drift onto an old logging road that looks wide and easy. They follow it because it feels like a trail. It's clear, it's walkable, it seems obvious, but it's not maintained. It might lead nowhere. It might fade into brush. It might drop into a hollow and become a muddy channel. And because it looks like a trail, the person doesn't realize they made a wrong choice until they're far enough along that turning back feels like a loss. This is one of the most dangerous kinds of wrong trail situations because it feels right at first. It's the kind of mistake that doesn't trigger immediate alarm. It lures you with comfort, and comfort is the enemy of attention. So locals warn people about side paths. They warn people about easy routes. They warn people about anything that looks like a shortcut. Because sometimes the trail that feels wrong is the trail that feels too easy. Now, if you've ever been in the woods and felt disoriented, you know how quickly your mind can shift from calm to uneasy. It's not gradual. It can happen in a few seconds. One moment you're enjoying the hike, the next moment you're thinking, where am I? And the moment after that you're thinking, yeah, how long have I been walking? And the moment after that you're thinking, why is it so quiet? That's how the triangle stories build tension without needing anything dramatic. They build it through the slow collapse of certainty. Because certainty is what keeps you relaxed. When certainty disappears, everything feels sharper. Now there's one more element to this that locals sometimes mention, and it's the idea that the triangle is a place where the forest seems to resist being mapped. This is not a literal resistance, of course, but hikers sometimes describe GPS behaving strangely, signals dropping, devices showing them off course, maps not matching what they see. Again, the practical explanation is straightforward. Dense canopy can reduce GPS accuracy, deep valleys can block signal, weather can interfere, phone batteries drain faster in cold, apps can glitch, offline maps can be outdated. But in the triangle stories, the device failures are often framed as part of the same pattern. The trail feels wrong, the map feels wrong, the direction feels wrong, and when multiple tools fail at once, you start to feel exposed. That's when people start relying on instinct, and instinct is not always reliable in unfamiliar terrain. So locals say, don't depend on your phone, bring a physical map, bring a compass, know how to use them. And most importantly, don't let the moment where the trail feels wrong become the moment you push forward blindly. Now let's slow down and imagine a typical triangle scenario, because it helps to see how ordinary it begins. A person parks at a trailhead in the morning. They're in good spirits. They have water. They have snacks. They have a jacket in the pack. They have a phone. They have a plan. They start walking. The first mile is easy. They see a couple of other hikers. They nod. They pass. The trail is clear. Then they reach a point where the trail dips into a hollow. The air cools. The light changes. The ground is damp. The sound of the wind fades because the slope blocks it. They keep going. Then they notice the trail looks less worn. The dirt is covered with leaves. The path is still there, but it's less obvious. They keep going. Then they come to a fork. One path looks more travelled. The other looks faint but still possible. They choose one. They keep going. After a while, they realise they haven't seen a trail marker in a long time. They keep going anyway because they assume it will show up again. Then they notice the forest is quieter. They stop. They listen. And that's when they realise the trail feels wrong. Not because they can't see it, but because the whole environment feels slightly shifted, like the place is the same but not the same. And in that moment, the best choice is to turn around immediately, but people don't always do that. They hesitate. They think, maybe it's just around the next bend. They think, I don't want to backtrack for nothing. They think, I'm probably fine. So they keep going. And the longer they keep going, the more the trail becomes a question rather than an answer. That's when the triangle earns its reputation, because the forest doesn't have to rearrange itself for you to feel like it did. It only has to make you uncertain, and uncertainty in the woods is enough. Now, as we move forward, the next thing we need to talk about is what happens when people stay on a trail that feels wrong for too long. Because at a certain point it stops being a navigation issue and becomes something else. It becomes a disappearance, sometimes temporary, sometimes permanent, sometimes solved, sometimes never solved. And the triangle stories that locals repeat most often are the ones where someone didn't just get turned around. They vanished in a way that made everyone ask the same question. How does someone disappear so completely in a place that other people are walking through every day? The stories that give the Appalachian Triangle its weight are not always the loud ones. They're not always the ones with dramatic sound effects, or a figure glimpsed between trees, or a moment where someone swears they saw something impossible. The stories that settle into people's bones, the ones locals repeat with a steady voice and a serious expression, are often quieter than that. They're the stories where someone went hiking and then simply didn't come back. No final phone call, no clear trail of evidence, no neat explanation that makes everyone breathe easier. Just an absence where a person should have been, and a growing sense of unease as the hours passed and the sun dropped behind the ridges. When people talk about disappearances in the woods, it's easy to picture something dramatic, a struggle, a scream, a chase. But in reality, many wilderness disappearances begin with something far more ordinary. A person goes out for a day hike. They don't pack much because they don't plan to be gone long. They tell someone, "I'll be back by dinner." Or they don't tell anyone at all because they've done this 100 times. They start walking. They're alive and fine and fully present in the world. And then, somewhere between the trailhead and the return, they stop being visible to anyone else. That's what makes these vanishings so unsettling. They happen in spaces that feel open and familiar to hikers. They happen in places where people assume help is nearby. They happen in landscapes that are beautiful and full of life, not empty deserts where a person could disappear without leaving a trace. The Appalachian Triangle reputation leans heavily on this idea that the disappearances feel too quiet, too clean, too sudden. And if you've ever spent time in a dense forest, you know why that quiet is possible. The woods can swallow sound. The woods can hide movement. The woods can make a person invisible within a few steps. It's not magic. It's geometry and vegetation and terrain. But knowing that doesn't make the stories feel less heavy. Because the question remains the same. How does someone vanish so completely? Now there are practical answers, and we need to be honest about them. People get lost, people fall, people get injured, people panic. People make decisions that don't make sense in hindsight. People underestimate how quickly things can go wrong. The Appalachians are full of steep slopes, loose rock, sudden drop-offs, thick underbrush, and hidden hazards. A person can slip and fall into a ravine and be hidden by brush. A person can break a leg and be unable to move. A person can hit their head and become disoriented. A person can become hypothermic even in mild weather if they get wet and the temperature drops. A person can follow a stream thinking it will lead them out and end up deeper in the wilderness. All of that happens. It happens every year in different forests all over the world. But the Appalachian Triangle stories often include details that make the disappearances feel less like accidents and more like something that doesn't add up. For example, people will talk about how close someone was to the trail. They weren't deep in the backcountry. They weren't on a remote expedition. They were on a popular route. They were on a trail that other people were hiking that same day. They were expected back in a few hours, and yet they vanished. That's the first unsettling detail: proximity. If you disappear on a remote mountain in a snowstorm, it's tragic, but it makes sense. The environment is harsh, the distance is great, the odds are stacked against you. If you disappear on a well-used trail in decent weather, the mind struggles to accept it. It feels like someone should have seen you. It feels like you should have been found quickly. It feels like there should have been a clue. But the woods don't operate on what feels like they should do. They operate on what they do. And what they do is hide things. Now, one of the reasons these vanishings become triangle stories is because of how often the same pattern gets repeated in local conversation. Someone goes missing. Search crews arrive. They search the trail. They search the surrounding area. They search for days. They find very little. Sometimes they find nothing. Sometimes they find something small, like a piece of clothing, a backpack, a water bottle, an item that confirms the person was there, but it doesn't explain where they went. And the longer the search goes on, the more the story changes shape in people's minds. At first, it's urgent. Then it becomes worried. Then it becomes grim. Then it becomes quiet. And then, for locals, it becomes part of the collection. Another example, another warning, another reason to tell hikers, don't go alone. Now let's talk about how search efforts actually work in terrain like the Appalachians, because it helps explain why people can vanish without leaving a clear trail. Search and rescue teams often begin with the most likely areas, the trail itself, nearby junctions, common wrong turns, water sources, steep drop-offs near the trail, areas where someone might stop to rest. They also use behaviour patterns. Lost hikers often move downhill. They often follow water. They often try to find a road. They often keep moving until they're exhausted, then stop. So search teams try to predict where a person might go. But prediction is not certainty, and the Appalachians have countless microterrain features that can hide a person. A small ravine, a depression in the ground, a dense patch of rhododendron, a hollow between ridges, a cluster of fallen trees. In some places, the undergrowth is so thick that you can be a few feet away from someone and not see them. That's not exaggeration. In thick brush, visibility can collapse quickly. The forest becomes a wall, and if someone is lying down, injured, or unconscious, they can be hidden by leaves and branches like they've been covered with a blanket. This is why the disappearances can feel quiet. The forest doesn't need to move the person anywhere. It only needs to keep them out of sight. Now, another factor is sound. People often assume that if someone is lost, they can just shout and be heard. But sound in mountainous forest is unpredictable. It can bounce off ridges. It can be swallowed by thick vegetation. It can be masked by wind, water, or even the hum of insects. And if a person is panicking, they may shout at first, then stop to listen, then shout again. They may become hoarse. They may conserve energy. They may become too weak to call out. So even if a person is relatively close, they might not be heard. Now add one more layer. Time. Search efforts are always racing the clock. The longer someone is missing, the harder it becomes to find them alive. Night falls, temperatures drop, weather changes, scent trails fade for dogs, tracks disappear, rain washes away signs, leaves shift underfoot. In the Appalachians, time moves quickly in the woods, not in a mystical sense, but in a practical one. Daylight under the canopy is shorter, dusk arrives early, the air cools fast, so a person who disappears at 2 p.m. can be in serious trouble by 7 p.m, even in mild weather. That's why locals treat these vanishings with such seriousness. They know how fast it can go from lost to not found. Now here's where the triangle stories begin to take on their unique shape, because locals often mention the same strange detail in these disappearances. The person is experienced. They're not a beginner. They're not someone who wandered into the woods without preparation. They're someone who knows what they're doing. And that detail changes the tone of the story. Because if a beginner gets lost, people nod. It's unfortunate, but it's understandable. If an experienced hiker disappears, people get uneasy. Because experience is supposed to protect you. Experience is supposed to make you less likely to make the basic mistakes. Experience is supposed to keep you calm. So when experience fails, locals start wondering what else is happening. And that's where the triangle reputation grows. Now, to understand how an experienced person can still vanish, we need to talk about the kind of mistakes that don't look like mistakes until later. The first is overconfidence, not arrogance. but quiet overconfidence. The feeling of, I've done this before. The belief that because you've handled the woods in the past, you'll handle them today. That belief can make you pack less. It can make you start later. It can make you ignore weather changes. It can make you leave the trail for a moment because you think you can find it again easily. And that moment is often the start of the story. Another mistake is distraction. People think of hiking as simple, but it's full of small decisions. Where to step, which branch to follow, how to pace yourself, whether to stop, whether to push forward. If you're distracted, talking on the phone, listening to loud music, focused on taking photos, you can miss a turn. And missing a turn in the Appalachians can send you into terrain that looks similar, but leads somewhere very different. Another mistake is misjudging distance. In mountains, distance is deceptive. A mile on flat ground is not the same as a mile on steep terrain. A short hike can take longer than expected, and if you're behind schedule, you might rush, which increases the risk of injury. Now, those are normal explanations, but the triangle stories often include something else. They include the sense that the person didn't just make a mistake. They made a strange choice. They left the trail in a way that didn't fit their personality. They walked into thick brush for no clear reason. They went downhill when the trail was uphill. They ignored obvious signs. They kept going when they should have turned back. And the people who knew them say they would never do that. This is where the stories get unsettling, because the idea that someone acted out of character suggests something influenced them. Now, again, stress can do that. Confusion can do that. A head injury can do that. Hypothermia can do that. Dehydration can do that. Even mild hypothermia can cause poor decision-making, strange behaviour, and a sense of warmth that makes people remove clothing, which is one reason search teams sometimes find clothing separated from the person. But in the triangle stories, locals often interpret these odd choices through the lens of the place itself. They'll say, that area messes with people. They'll say, it pulls you off the trail. They'll say, it makes you think you're going the right way when you're not. Whether that's true or not, it becomes part of the warning. Now let's talk about the quiet part of these vanishings, because it's not just about how the person disappears, it's also about how little evidence is left behind. In movies, missing person cases often involve obvious clues: broken branches, drag marks, a torn backpack, a trail of footprints, something that points to what happened. In real forests, evidence disappears quickly. Footprints in dirt get covered by leaves. Footprints in leaves get scattered by wind. Footprints in mud get washed away by rain. Broken branches look like every other broken branch. A dropped item can be buried under debris. A person's scent can be carried away by wind or masked by water. So the woods erase evidence without trying, and that erasure contributes to the feeling of mystery, because when you don't have evidence, your mind fills the gap. It starts imagining scenarios. It starts inventing explanations. It starts pulling from stories you've heard before. That's how the triangle reputation feeds itself. Now, there's another reason these vanishings feel so unsettling, and it's because of how quickly a person can become impossible to find, even when search teams are skilled and determined. Searchers move in lines, scanning the ground. They call out, they listen, they mark areas, they check likely routes, they use dogs, they use drones, they do everything they can. But the terrain is huge, and the person is small. A human body is not a bright flag in the forest. It's a shape that blends in. Browns, greens, greys. A person lying still can look like a log. A jacket can look like leaves. Even bright clothing can be hidden by brush. And if the person moved, even a little, their location can shift away from where searchers are looking. This is why quiet vanishings are possible. Not because the person vanished into thin air, but because the forest is built to hide. Now, in the Appalachian Triangle stories, locals sometimes describe the disappearances as if the person was taken. That's a loaded word, taken. It implies intention. It implies an actor. It implies something that wanted the person gone. Sometimes that something is described as a human threat, a criminal, a hostile person in the woods, a dangerous stranger. This is not impossible. People do bad things. Remote areas can attract people who don't want to be seen. But in most wilderness disappearances, there's no evidence of human involvement. And locals know that too. So when they say taken, sometimes they mean something else. They mean the woods took them, not literally, not with hands, but with terrain, with weather, with darkness, with confusion, with one small wrong decision that became irreversible. It's a way of describing the power imbalance. Because in the woods, you are not in control. You are negotiating with a place that is larger than you. Now, there's a particular kind of triangle story that locals mention when they want to emphasize how strange the disappearances can feel. It's the story where someone disappears and then something of theirs is found later in a place that doesn't make sense. A backpack found near the trail, but the person is missing. A shoe found on a rock far from the expected route. A jacket found folded or placed rather than torn or scattered. Now these details can have normal explanations too. A person might drop a backpack to move faster. A person might remove a shoe due to injury. An item might be moved by animals or water. A jacket might be left intentionally as a marker. But when the placement looks deliberate, it triggers a different reaction in people. Because deliberate placement suggests thought. It suggests the person was aware. It suggests they were trying to communicate. Or it suggests someone else was involved. And in the triangle stories, this is where locals often become more serious. Because even if they don't believe in anything supernatural, they understand that the woods can create situations where people behave strangely. A lost person might leave items behind as a trail marker. They might think they're close to help and drop gear. They might think they're being chased and run. They might become confused and do something that looks irrational, and from the outside it looks like a puzzle. Now there's another kind of quiet vanishing that locals mention, and it's the one where someone is with a group and still disappears. This is rare, but it happens often enough to become part of the triangle reputation. A group is hiking together. Someone lags behind to tie a shoe, take a photo, or catch their breath. They're out of sight for a short time, seconds, a minute, 2 minutes, and then they're gone. No sound, no scream, no obvious direction, just gone. This is one of the most unsettling scenarios because it challenges the idea that safety comes from numbers. It suggests that even with people nearby, a person can vanish quickly. Again, practical explanations exist. Dense brush can hide movement. A person can step off trail and become invisible. A person can fall into a depression. A person can take a wrong turn at a fork while the group continues. But the emotional impact is strong, because it makes the forest feel like it has trapdoors. It makes the triangle feel like a place where you can slip through the cracks. Now let's talk about what locals do when someone doesn't come back, because their response is part of why the triangle stories persist. They don't always wait. In some communities, if someone is overdue, people start looking immediately. Friends, family, neighbours. They know the terrain, they know the trails, they know the shortcuts and the hazards. They know where people tend to go. They also know the weather. They know how cold it gets at night. They know how quickly fog can roll in. They know how dangerous it is to be lost in that landscape, so they start searching. And sometimes those early searchers find the person quickly. Sometimes the person has just turned around. Sometimes they're embarrassed but safe. But when the early search doesn't find them, the mood changes, because locals know what that means. It means the person is either deeper than expected, injured, or somewhere hidden. And that's when the triangle stories become heavier, because that's when people realise the forest might not give the person back. Now, there's a detail that shows up in many disappearance stories, not just in Appalachia, but it's worth mentioning here because it fits the triangle warning so well. People often don't disappear at the most dramatic part of the hike. They disappear at transitions, near forks, near water crossings, near changes in terrain, near places where the trail becomes less clear, near places where you might stop to rest. Transitions are where attention drops. You think you're still on the same route, but the route is changing. You think you're still safe, but the environment is shifting. So the triangle reputation often clusters around these transition zones, places where trails intersect, places where old roads cross, places where the forest feels like it's offering options, and options are where mistakes happen. Now, as we move deeper into this topic, it's important to recognise something about how locals talk about disappearances. They don't always want to talk about them. These are not just spooky stories to them. These are community memories. They involve real people, real families, real grief, real searches. So when locals warn hikers, sometimes what they're doing is trying to prevent another family from living through that. The triangle becomes a way of saying, we've seen enough of this. Now, you might be thinking, if the triangle is so dangerous, why do people keep hiking there? And the answer is that the Appalachians are beautiful. The trails are historic. The views are worth it. The forests are calming. People want to be there. People need nature. People need space away from cities and screens. And most hikes go fine. That's another important truth. Most people walk into these woods and walk out again without any strange experience at all. The triangle stories are not the majority. They're the exceptions. But exceptions are what humans remember. Exceptions are what humans warn each other about. Because you don't warn someone about a normal day. You warn them about the day that went wrong. Now, the quiet vanishings are what make the triangle feel like a warning rather than a rumour. Because they represent the worst case scenario. They represent the moment where a person becomes a question mark. And once someone becomes a question mark, the woods become a different kind of place in people's minds. A place where the normal rules might not protect you. A place where being careful might still not be enough. A place where the trail can feel wrong, and if you ignore that feeling, you might become one of the stories. Now, as heavy as that sounds, there's another part of these stories that we need to talk about, because it's one of the most repeated details in triangle warnings. Voices. Not just the voice of fear in your own head, but voices in the woods. Calls that sound human. Calls that sound familiar. Calls that seem to come from just off the trail, always just out of sight. Because for many hikers who have close calls in the triangle, the moment they described most clearly is not the moment they got lost. It's the moment they heard something that made them stop walking, and then, against their better judgment, made them want to follow. There's a particular kind of fear that doesn't come from what you see. It comes from what you hear. Because sight can be questioned. You can tell yourself it was a shadow, a trick of light, a branch swaying in the wind. You can blink, look again, and often the moment passes. Sound is different. Sound enters you. It wraps around your attention. It demands interpretation. And in the woods, where visibility is limited and the landscape is full of hidden spaces, Sound becomes more powerful than it should be. That's why so many Appalachian Triangle stories include voices, not animal calls that people misidentify, not distant hikers chatting on the trail, not the echo of someone's laughter carried by the wind. Voices, calls, whispers, and the detail that makes the stories feel personal in a way that makes people uncomfortable. The voice using your name. Now, there are several ways to approach this topic, and it's important to do it carefully, because the moment you start talking about voices in the woods, people tend to split into two groups. One group wants a clear explanation. They want to say it's just sound distortion, or wildlife, or another hiker, or the brain playing tricks. The other group wants to treat it as something unknown, something that doesn't fit neatly into a normal category. But the truth is, both groups are reacting to the same thing. The experience is unsettling. Even if you can explain it, it's unsettling. Because a voice in the woods triggers an ancient response in the human body. It makes you stop. It makes you listen. It makes you turn your head. It makes you decide whether to move toward it or away from it. And those decisions matter. Now let's start with the most common version of this story. A person is hiking alone or slightly separated from a group. They're moving at a steady pace. The trail is quiet. The forest is doing what forests do. Wind through leaves, the occasional bird, maybe a distant creek. Then they hear it. A voice calling out. Sometimes it sounds like it's calling for help. Sometimes it sounds like it's just saying, "Hey." Sometimes it sounds like someone trying to get their attention. And sometimes it says their name. Not shouted like an emergency. Not screamed like panic. But spoken clearly enough that it lands in their mind like a hand on a shoulder. And the first reaction is almost always the same. They stop. Because your name is a hook. It catches your attention faster than almost any other sound. It's one of the first things your brain learns to recognize. It's tied to identity, to safety, to social connection. If someone says your name, your mind assumes it matters. That's why this detail is so effective in stories. It's not just spooky, it's targeted. Now, in many triangle accounts, the hiker's next reaction is confusion. They look around. They don't see anyone. They call back something like, "Hello?" or "Yeah?" or "Who's there?" And that's the moment locals warn you about. Because locals often say you should never answer. Not because it's rude, but because answering is a commitment. It's engagement. It's stepping into a conversation you didn't start. And once you engage, you might move off the trail. You might walk toward the sound. You might take a few steps into the brush to see who it is. And those few steps are the same few steps that begin so many other triangle stories. Now, before we go into the folklore side, we need to talk about the practical reasons voices can happen in the woods. Because there are many, and they matter. First, sound travels strangely in mountains. If you've ever shouted across a valley and heard your voice come back, you know how odd it can be. Sound can bounce off ridges and return at a delay. It can come from an angle that doesn't match where it started. It can seem closer or farther than it really is. A person might be calling someone else, and you hear it as if it's directed at you. A group might be talking, and you catch a fragment of their conversation, and your brain fills in the rest. A voice might be carried by wind and filtered through trees so that it loses clarity and becomes more like a whisper. Second, human brains are built to find patterns in noise. This is not a flaw. It's a survival feature. In an environment where danger could be hiding, it's better to mistake a sound for a voice than to ignore a real voice. So your brain tends to interpret ambiguous sounds as meaningful, especially speech. This is why people hear words in white noise, or hear their phone vibrating when it didn't. It's why a creaking house can sound like footsteps. It's why wind through branches can sound like someone talking if you're already on edge. Third, there are animals in the Appalachians that can produce sounds that resemble human voices more than you'd expect. Foxes can scream in a way that sounds disturbingly human. Certain birds can mimic sounds. Owls can make calls that, in the wrong moment, can sound like a voice in the distance. Coyotes can yip and howl in patterns that feel conversational. Even a deer, if startled, can make noises that don't sound like what people imagine deer should sound like. If you've never heard these sounds before and you hear them in a quiet forest, your mind might reach for the closest explanation. A person. Fourth, there is the simplest possibility. It really is a person. Another hiker off trail, a hunter, someone lost, someone calling for help. This is why the voice stories are complicated. Because ignoring a call for help feels wrong. It goes against basic human instinct. It goes against decency. It goes against the social contract. So when locals tell you not to answer, they're not saying it lightly. They're saying it because they've heard too many stories where someone followed a voice and didn't come back the same. Now let's talk about the specific detail that gives these stories their unique sting. The voice using your name. How would a voice in the woods know your name? That's the question that makes people go quiet. And there are a few possible answers. One is that someone really did know your name. If you were hiking with others earlier, maybe they heard your friend say it. If you signed in at a trailhead register, maybe someone saw it. If you posted online about your hike, maybe someone knew you'd be there. If you were calling out to someone, maybe you said your name yourself. These explanations are not comforting because they imply a human observer, someone paying attention, someone close enough to hear you. But they are possible. Another answer is mishearing. This happens more than people want to admit. If you're in a noisy environment, your brain can interpret sounds incorrectly. If you're tired, if you're stressed, if you're focused on the wrong thing, you might think you heard your name when the sound was something else. A bird call, a branch crack, a distant voice calling a similar sounding word, but people who tell these stories often insist they heard it clearly. They'll say, "It was my name," not "it sounded like my name." My name. That certainty is part of what makes the stories spread, because certainty is contagious. Now there's another possibility, and it's one that sits in a strange middle ground between practical and unsettling. Sometimes people hear their name because they are already thinking about it. That sounds odd, but it's real. When you're alone in the woods, your mind becomes more self-focused. You're monitoring your body, your pace, your breathing, your surroundings, your safety. That internal focus can make you more sensitive to certain triggers, including your name. If you're already uneasy, your brain may be primed to interpret ambiguous sound as personal. It's not a hallucination in the dramatic sense. It's more like a misinterpretation that feels real, because it matches your brain's expectations. But again, knowing that doesn't always help when you're out there and you hear it, because the sound is still there, and you still have to decide what to do. Now let's talk about what locals say about this, because local warnings tend to be consistent even when the stories vary. They say don't answer. They say don't follow. They say keep moving. They say if you hear something calling you from off the trail, it's not your business. That last phrase can sound cold, but it's not meant to be cruel. It's meant to keep you alive. Because the woods are full of traps that don't look like traps, and the most effective trap is the one that uses your own instincts against you. Now, in triangle law, voices are often described as part of the landscape's behaviour, not just random sounds, but something that appears when you're vulnerable, when you're alone, when you're tired, when you're already off course. People say the voices start after the trail feels wrong. They say it happens when the woods go quiet. They say it happens when the air turns cold. They say it happens when you're standing still. And that pattern matters because it suggests the voice is not the first event. It's part of a sequence. The sequence goes like this. You feel uneasy. You get disoriented. You slow down or stop. You listen. You hear something. And that something draws your attention away from the trail. Now, let's talk about the difference between a call and a whisper, because hikers describe both. A call is easier to rationalize. A call sounds like a person at a distance. It could be another hiker. It could be someone lost. It could be a group further down the trail. A whisper is harder. A whisper implies closeness. A whisper implies something near you. And in the woods, closeness without visibility is one of the most unsettling things a person can experience. Some hikers describe whispers as indistinct, like hearing conversation just beyond comprehension, like the sound of speech without clear words, like a murmur that makes your brain strain to decode it. This is a known phenomenon in sound perception. When you hear something that resembles speech but isn't clear, your brain tries harder to interpret it. It focuses, it amplifies, it fills in gaps. That can make the whisper feel more real than it is. But again, if you're in the woods and you hear a whisper, you're not thinking about sound perception theories. You're thinking about what is close enough to whisper. Now, there's another detail in triangle voice stories that locals mention, and it's the idea that the voice doesn't always sound right. It might sound familiar but wrong. It might sound like someone you know but slightly off. It might sound like a person speaking from too far away, yet too clear. It might sound like it's coming from one direction, but then shift. And that shifting is what makes people feel like the woods are playing with them. Sound can shift for practical reasons. Wind changes, terrain changes, your own position changes. But when the shift happens quickly, it can feel like something is moving around you. That's when hikers start scanning the trees. That's when they start turning in circles. That's when they start stepping off trail without realizing it. Because attention is a limited resource. If you're spending it on listening for a voice, you're spending less of it on staying oriented. Now, here's a difficult part of these stories. Sometimes the voice is not just calling. Sometimes it's asking for help. This is where the local warning becomes morally complicated. Because if you hear someone in distress, you want to help. You should want to help. That instinct is human, but locals will tell you that the woods can create false emergencies, a sound that resembles crying, a sound that resembles a child calling, a sound that resembles someone saying, "Help me." And again, there are practical explanations. Fox screams can sound like a person screaming. Certain birds can sound like a child. Wind through branches can create eerie tones. Echoes can distort calls. But the effect is the same. It makes you want to leave the trail. It makes you want to go into the brush. And once you do, you're entering the most dangerous part of the environment, the part where visibility drops and navigation becomes guesswork. This is why locals sometimes give a specific piece of advice that sounds harsh, but is rooted in survival. If you hear someone calling for help, don't run toward the sound. Stop, listen. Call out from the trail. Use a whistle if you have one in a controlled way. Stay oriented. Mark your position. If you have signal, call for help. If you don't, decide whether you can safely return to the trailhead and alert authorities. Because charging into the woods can create 2 missing people instead of 1. That's the practical reality. Now, in triangle lore, the voices are sometimes described as mimicking, not just calling, but imitating. Imitating someone you know, imitating a friend's voice, imitating a family member, imitating the tone and rhythm of human speech. This is where the stories cross into territory that people don't like to discuss openly, because it sounds too strange, but it's repeated often enough that it becomes part of the triangle's identity, and even if you interpret it as misperception, it's still worth paying attention to why it happens. Because the brain is a prediction machine. If you're alone and you're uneasy, and you're thinking about the people who know where you are, your mind might be primed to hear their voices. If you're lost, your mind might be primed to hear rescue. If you're afraid, your mind might be primed to hear comfort. And if you hear something ambiguous, your brain might shape it into what you most expect or most fear. That's not supernatural, that's human, but it can still get you killed if it pulls you off the trail. Now, there's another pattern in these stories that locals point out. The voice often calls from downhill. This matters because downhill is easier to move toward. Your body wants to go downhill. It feels like progress. It feels like escape. It feels like you're moving toward water, toward a valley, toward a road. But downhill can also lead you into the worst terrain. Thick hollows, steep ravines, dense brush, wet ground, places where sound echoes strangely, places where climbing back out is exhausting. So if a voice calls from downhill, it can lure you into a trap made of terrain. Again, not necessarily intentional, but effective. Now, another detail. Some hikers say the voice repeats. It calls once, then again, then again. This repetition increases pressure. It makes you feel like you're being addressed directly. It makes you feel like you're ignoring someone. It makes you feel like you're doing something wrong by not responding. And that guilt is another hook. Because guilt is powerful. Guilt can make you move when you should stay still. Guilt can make you take risks. Guilt can override caution. So when locals say, don't answer, they're not just giving a spooky rule, they're giving you permission to ignore the hook. They're trying to free you from the social instinct that could put you in danger. Now there's one more aspect to voices in the triangle that hikers often mention, and it's the silence that follows. A person hears a voice. They stop. They respond. Or they don't respond, but they listen. And then the woods go quiet. Not just quiet like less noise, but quiet like everything stopped. No birds, no insects, no wind, just a stillness that feels heavy. This is a common detail in unsettling wilderness stories, and it can have a practical explanation too. Animals often go quiet when they sense a predator or a disturbance. Birds stop calling when they feel threatened. Insects can quiet in temperature shifts. Wind can drop suddenly in certain terrain. But to a human, that sudden quiet feels like a warning. It feels like the forest is holding its breath. And if you're already listening for voices, that quiet becomes even more intense. Now imagine being in that moment. You're standing on a trail that suddenly feels wrong. You're hearing a voice that you can't locate. You're surrounded by trees that block your view. You're aware of how alone you are. And then everything goes quiet. That is the kind of moment that can make even an experienced hiker feel like they need to leave immediately. And that is often what the survivors say. They say they didn't see anything. They didn't prove anything. They just felt a switch flip in their body, and they turned around and walked out fast. They didn't run, because running can cause injury. But they moved with purpose, and they didn't stop to investigate. Now, in the triangle stories, the people who don't come back are sometimes described as the ones who followed the voice. They stepped off trail. They tried to find the source. They walked toward it. They assumed it was someone in need, or someone playing a prank, or someone they knew, and then they disappeared. Again, that doesn't mean the voice was supernatural. It means the voice was enough to pull them into the most dangerous part of the environment, the off-trail zone where visibility drops and navigation collapses. That's the real danger. The voice is not just scary. The voice is directional. It moves you. Now, locals who warn hikers about voices often pair that warning with another one. If you hear your name, don't look for the person. Look at the trail. Look at your footing. Keep your orientation. Because one of the fastest ways to get lost is to start spinning in place, scanning the trees. You lose your sense of forward and backward. You lose the mental map of where you came from. You take a step without thinking and drift off the path. So the best response is not to engage with the sound, but to anchor yourself to what you know. The trail under your feet, the direction you're moving, the plan you started with. Now, there's another reason voice stories spread so easily, and it's because they're relatable. Even people who have never hiked have experienced something similar in a different setting. Hearing your name when nobody called it, thinking you heard a voice in the next room, misinterpreting a sound when you're tired. So when someone tells you they heard their name in the woods, it doesn't sound impossible. It sounds like something that could happen. And that believability is what makes it stick. Now, as we move forward, we're going to talk about another physical detail that shows up in triangle stories, and it often arrives around the same time as the voices. The sudden cold, not the normal cooling of shade, not the expected chill of evening, a cold spot that feels too sharp, too sudden, too localized. The kind of cold that makes hikers pause and wonder why their skin is reacting before their mind can explain it. Because in the Appalachian Triangle, temperature changes are not just discomfort. They're often described as signals, as if the forest is marking a boundary, as if you stepped into a pocket of air that doesn't belong to the rest of the day. One of the strangest details hikers mention in Appalachian Triangle stories isn't a sound, and it isn't a shadow, and it isn't a strange feeling that can be dismissed as nerves. It's something physical, something you can measure with your own skin, the cold spots. People describe them in a very specific way, not as a gradual cooling like you'd expect when you walk into shade, not as the normal chill of evening settling in, not as a breeze picking up on a ridge. They describe it as a sudden drop, a pocket of air that feels out of place, a sharp change that makes them stop mid-step because their body reacts before their mind has time to label it. And what makes this detail so important in the triangle stories is how often it shows up alongside other things. The trail feeling wrong, the woods going quiet, the sense of being watched, the voices that don't seem to have a source, then the cold. And when the cold arrives like that, it changes the way people think. Because cold is not just temperature. Cold is a warning system. It tells your body that something has changed. It tells you to conserve energy. It makes your muscles tighten. It makes you want to move faster, to get out of it. So when hikers hit a cold spot that feels unnatural, they don't just notice it. They feel it as urgency. Now, the first thing to say, before we let the stories pull too far ahead, is that sudden temperature changes in the Appalachians can be completely normal. In fact, they're common. The mountains create microclimates, small pockets where the air behaves differently due to terrain, water, shade, wind, and elevation. You can walk from a sunny ridge into a shaded hollow and feel a drop. You can cross a stream and feel cooler air rising from the water. You can step into a narrow valley where cold air settles and stays trapped. You can pass a rock outcrop that holds moisture and stays cold even in summer. You can walk under a dense canopy and feel the sunlight vanish, taking warmth with it. So cold spots exist, and they don't require anything mysterious. But in the Appalachian Triangle stories, hikers describe cold spots that feel too sudden and too specific. They describe them like invisible rooms, like the air has a boundary you can cross, and when you cross it, everything changes. And that is exactly how microclimates can behave. Cold air is heavier than warm air. It sinks. It collects in low areas. It flows like water in slow motion. In mountain terrain, that means cold air can pool in hollows, gather in ravines, and remain trapped in places that don't get much sunlight. If you've ever walked into a basement on a summer day, you know the feeling. The temperature shift is immediate. The air feels damp. The smell changes. Your skin tightens. Now imagine that, but outdoors, on a trail. It can feel strange, especially if you weren't expecting it. Now, the triangle reputation comes from the fact that these cold spots often appear in stories as if they are markers. Like they're not random, but meaningful. Like hikers cross into them and immediately feel that something is wrong. And when you hear enough people describe the same sensation in the same region, you start to understand why locals treat it as a warning sign. Because even if the cold itself is normal, what it does to people is predictable. It makes them pause. It makes them listen. It makes them second guess. And that's the dangerous part, not the cold, but the way it changes behaviour. Now, let's talk about the kinds of places where cold spots tend to form, because this is where the practical and the eerie overlap. First, hollows. In Appalachian terrain, hollows are everywhere. They're low areas between ridges, often narrow, often shaded, often damp. They can feel enclosed. They can feel like the world above you is distant, even if you're only a few hundred feet below a ridgeline. Hollows hold cold air. They also hold fog. They hold moisture. They hold sound in strange ways. A hollow can make you feel like you've stepped into a different version of the day. Second, ravines. Ravines are sharper than hollows, steeper, more enclosed, more likely to hide hazards. A ravine can be full of loose rock, slick mud, fallen trees and thick brush. It can be hard to move through, and if you slip, it can be hard to climb back out. Cold air can collect in ravines too, and because ravines are often shadowed for much of the day, they stay cool even when the surrounding forest is warm. Third, stream crossings. Water cools the air around it. Evaporation draws heat away. Wet ground holds less warmth than dry ground. If the stream runs through a shaded area, the cooling effect is stronger. So a stream crossing can feel like stepping into a cold pocket, especially if you're sweaty from hiking uphill and your body's warm. The contrast makes the cold feel sharper. Fourth, caves and rock overhangs. The Appalachians contain countless small caves, cracks and overhangs. You might not even notice them unless you're looking. But these places release cold air. The ground inside stays cool. Moisture collects. The air can feel heavy. Sometimes hikers pass near these features without seeing them, and all they notice is a sudden chill. It feels like the air changed for no reason, because the source is hidden behind brush or rock. Fifth, wind corridors. Wind in the mountains doesn't move evenly. It funnels through gaps, accelerates along ridges, and dies in sheltered pockets. You can walk through a still area and then hit a sudden stream of cold wind that feels like someone opened a door. If you're already uneasy, that sudden wind feels like a presence. Now, all of this is normal mountain behaviour, but the triangle stories focus on a specific kind of cold spot, the one that feels too sudden and too localised. People describe stepping into it and feeling their skin prickle. They describe their breath changing like the air is thinner or heavier. They describe the smell shifting, sometimes toward damp earth, sometimes toward something metallic, sometimes toward a scent they can't name. They describe it like the woods are signalling, you shouldn't be here. Now, again, smell changes can happen for practical reasons. Damp soil has a strong scent. Certain plants release odours. Rotting leaves smell different in cool air. A nearby stream can change the scent of the area. A change in wind direction can bring in a different smell. But when multiple senses change at once, temperature, sound, smell, light, the effect is powerful. It makes the moment feel intentional. Now here's something locals often say, and it's not always said directly, but it's implied in the way they talk. If you hit a cold spot and everything goes quiet, leave, not later, not after you investigate, not after you take a photo. Leave. Because that combination, sudden cold and sudden quiet, is often described as the beginning of something in triangle lore. The beginning of the trail feeling wrong, the beginning of hearing voices, the beginning of feeling watched, and whether you interpret it as superstition or as good instinct, it's a pattern that shows up often enough to matter. Now, let's talk about why cold spots can make people more vulnerable even if nothing strange happens at all. Cold affects the body. If you're hiking and you suddenly hit a cold pocket, your body responds. Your muscles tighten. Your breathing changes. If you're sweaty, the cold can chill you quickly, especially if there's wind. That can make you uncomfortable, and discomfort can make you rush. Rushing leads to mistakes. Mistakes lead to injuries. Injuries lead to emergencies. So a cold spot can be the first domino in a chain of events, not because it's supernatural, but because it pushes your body into a different state. Now, another effect of cold is that it can make you feel alone. That sounds odd, but it's true. Warmth is associated with safety. Cold is associated with exposure. When you feel cold in the woods, your mind becomes more aware of your vulnerability. You're not in a climate-controlled space. You're not protected. You're out there. And that awareness can amplify fear. Fear makes you scan for threats. Scanning for threats makes you interpret neutral things as dangerous. Dangerous interpretations make you act differently. This is how a cold spot becomes part of a triangle story, even if the cold itself is normal. Now, there's another layer to this, and it's one that hikers sometimes describe in a way that sounds almost like the cold spot was following them. They'll say they walked into a cold pocket, then walked out, then walked into another one. Or they'll say they tried to leave the area but kept hitting the same chill again and again, as if the cold was marking a boundary they couldn't escape. This can happen in terrain where multiple hollows and shaded dips are close together. You can move from one microclimate to another in a short distance. If you're walking along a contour line, you might pass through several cold pockets as the trail weaves in and out of shaded ravines. But to a hiker who's already uneasy, it feels like the environment is repeating itself. And repetition is one of the things that makes the triangle feel like it's rearranging the forest. Because if you keep encountering the same sensation, the same chill, the same quiet, it feels like you're not making progress. It feels like you're stuck in a loop. Now, let's talk about the kind of cold spot that shows up in the most unsettling accounts. The one where the temperature drop is extreme. A hiker says it was warm and then suddenly it felt like winter. They describe goosebumps. They describe their hands going numb. They describe the air feeling damp and heavy. They describe the cold as sharp, like stepping into a freezer. Now, could this happen naturally? Yes, in some conditions. If you move from sun into deep shade near water, the contrast can feel dramatic. If wind shifts, it can feel like a sudden blast. If you're sweaty and the air is cool, evaporative cooling can chill you quickly. But when someone describes it as extreme, and they pair it with other strange details, it becomes part of the triangle's signature. Now, here's another reason cold spots matter. They can signal weather change. In the mountains, a sudden chill can mean clouds are moving in. It can mean a storm is approaching. It can mean fog is forming. It can mean the air pressure is shifting. If you ignore that, you can get caught in bad conditions. And in triangle stories, bad conditions often arrive quickly. Fog rolls in, visibility drops, the trail becomes harder to follow, landmarks vanish, and the person who was already uneasy now has less information to work with. This is where cold spots become dangerous in a practical sense. They can be the first warning that your environment is about to become harder to navigate. Now, let's talk about the psychological effect of cold spots in the context of voices. Many hikers describe hearing voices after they hit a cold pocket. Not necessarily immediately, but soon after. That sequence makes sense if you think about what cold does to your attention. Cold makes you alert. It makes you listen. It makes you tense. And when you're tense, you hear more. Not because the woods got louder, but because your brain is paying closer attention. You start noticing small sounds. A branch creak, a distant call, a faint rustle, and your brain, already primed by unease, starts interpreting. This is one reason cold spots and voices show up together in stories. They're linked by the way the human nervous system works. Now, locals sometimes describe cold spots as dead air. That phrase is interesting because it combines temperature with sound. Dead air implies stillness, no wind, no movement, no life. In reality, dead air can happen in sheltered hollows where wind doesn't reach. But the phrase dead air makes it feel like the place itself is holding still. And that's exactly how hikers describe it. They say it felt like the forest paused. They say it felt like they stepped into a pocket where nothing moved. They say even their own footsteps sounded too loud. And when your own footsteps sound too loud, you become aware of how exposed you are. Now let's imagine how this plays out on a hike. You're walking a trail that's been fine so far. You're a little tired, but it's normal. You're enjoying the trees. You're thinking about dinner. You're not in a horror movie mindset. Then the trail dips. The air cools. The light changes. The sound of wind fades. Your skin tightens. You keep walking, but you're paying attention now. You notice your breath. You notice the smell of damp leaves. You notice the trail looks less clear. You notice you haven't seen a marker in a while. You stop. You listen. And then, somewhere off to the side, you hear something that resembles a voice. This is how the triangle stories begin. Not with a monster, but with a chain of small sensory shifts that push your mind into a state where everything feels meaningful. Now, the locals who warn hikers about cold spots often do so in a way that sounds like they're giving you a test. They'll say, if the air changes fast, don't keep going. Or, if it gets cold for no reason, turn around. And you might think, that's dramatic. But what they're really saying is, if your body tells you something is wrong, respect it. Because in the woods, your body often notices danger before your mind does. You might not consciously see the storm cloud, but your skin might feel the pressure shift. You might not consciously notice the sun dropping, but your body might feel the temperature change. You might not consciously hear the animal movement, but your nervous system might register it as unease. And when you're in a region with a reputation like the Triangle, locals take those signals seriously. Now, as we move forward, the next part of this story is one of the most repeated details in Triangle accounts, and it connects directly to cold spots and disorientation. Missing time. Not just, I lost track of time because I was having fun, but I don't know where the hours went. the kind of missing time that leaves a person shaken even after they're safe again, because it suggests they were somewhere, doing something, and they can't fully explain it. And in the Appalachian Triangle, that missing time often begins with the same small moment. A trail that felt wrong, a cold pocket of air, a pause to listen, and then the day stops behaving the way it should. There's a certain kind of story that makes people uncomfortable, not because it's loud or dramatic, but because it messes with something everyone depends on: time. In the Appalachian Triangle, hikers talk about missing time the way you'd talk about losing your keys, except the stakes are much higher and the feeling is far worse. It's not, "I got distracted and the afternoon slipped by." It's not, "I didn't realise how long I was hiking because I was enjoying myself." It's more like this: "I checked the time. I know what time it was. I should have been back hours ago. And I don't know where that time went." Missing time is one of the most repeated details in triangle stories, and it's one of the reasons locals still warn hikers with that serious, measured tone. Because missing time doesn't sound like a normal hiking problem. It doesn't sound like a wrong turn or a twisted ankle. It sounds like the day itself broke. Now, the first thing we need to say, clearly, is that missing time can happen for completely normal reasons. People underestimate how long they've been walking. They take breaks and don't notice. They stop to take photos. They backtrack. They get turned around. They walk in circles. They move slower in mud or steep terrain. They spend time trying to find the trail again. They panic and make inefficient decisions. They sit down to rest longer than they realise. All of that can turn a 1-hour hike into a 3-hour ordeal. But in triangle stories, missing time is often described in a way that feels sharper than that. It's described as a gap, not a stretch. Like the person's memory has a hole in it. Like the hours didn't just pass slowly, but vanished. And when someone describes it that way, you can hear the difference in their voice. They're not just annoyed at poor planning, they're unsettled. Because the most unsettling part of missing time isn't being late. It's not knowing what happened while you were gone. Now let's talk about how missing time usually shows up in these stories, because the pattern matters. A hiker starts a trail at a certain time. They might even tell someone, "I'll be back by 4. They might check their phone at the trailhead. They might take a photo with a timestamp. They might remember the exact moment they started because it felt like the beginning of a good day. They hike. At first, everything is normal. Then the trail begins to feel wrong, or the air changes, or the woods go quiet, or they hear something strange, or they realise they haven't seen a marker in too long. They pause, they decide to keep going, or they decide to turn back. And then, at some point, they come out of the woods later than they should have, and they can't fully explain why. Sometimes it's only an hour or 2, sometimes it's much longer. Sometimes they remember the hike but can't account for the extra time. Sometimes they don't remember certain sections at all. Sometimes they describe the missing time as feeling like they were walking for minutes. But hours passed. And this is where the triangle reputation gets its grip. Because missing time isn't just about being lost. It's about a mismatch between experience and reality. And mismatches like that are what make people start looking for explanations beyond the normal ones. Now, before we go any further, we need to talk about what happens to the human mind in stressful wilderness situations, because it explains a lot. When a person becomes disoriented or frightened, their brain shifts into a different mode. The nervous system activates, adrenaline rises, attention narrows, memory formation changes. This is not a guess. It's a well-known effect of stress. When you're calm, your brain records events in a smooth narrative. You remember what happened in sequence. You can replay it later. When you're under stress, your brain prioritizes survival over storytelling. It focuses on immediate action. It may store memory in fragments rather than in a continuous timeline. Later, when you try to remember, you might have sharp snapshots and missing gaps. This is why people who have been in car accidents sometimes remember the impact, but not the moments before it. This is why people who have had panic attacks sometimes remember certain sensations, but not the full sequence. And this is why hikers who have been lost or frightened sometimes describe missing time. They were moving, they were doing things, but their memory didn't record it cleanly. So when they try to reconstruct the day, it feels like time vanished. Now that's one explanation. Another explanation is that time doesn't feel the same when you're disoriented. If you've ever been lost, even briefly, you know how strange it can be. Minutes feel long. You check your watch and realise only 5 minutes passed, but it felt like 20. Or the opposite happens. You think you've been walking for 10 minutes, but it's been an hour. This is because time perception is not a perfect clock in your head. It's influenced by attention, emotion, and environment. When you're focused and calm, time can pass quickly. When you're anxious and scanning for danger, time can drag. When you're exhausted, time can blur. So missing time can be a perception issue as much as a memory issue. But again, in triangle stories, hikers often insist it wasn't just perception. They'll say they have evidence. They'll say they started at noon and came out at sunset on a trail that should take an hour. They'll say they checked their phone and saw a time jump. They'll say their watch was wrong. They'll say their phone battery drained faster than expected. Now, phone battery drain can happen for normal reasons too. Cold drains batteries faster. Poor signal makes phones work harder. GPS use drains power. But when it happens alongside missing time, it becomes part of the story. Now let's talk about the simplest and most common cause of missing time in the woods: getting turned around without realising it. This is not always dramatic. A person doesn't always know the moment they get lost. Often they realise it gradually. They walk past a turn without noticing. They follow a faint path that feels like the main trail. They detour around a fallen tree and don't rejoin the trail correctly. They stop to look at something and then restart walking in the wrong direction. They think they're heading back, but they're heading deeper. And because the woods look similar in many directions, they don't notice the mistake until later. By the time they realise it, they've already spent time moving away from the correct route. Then they try to fix it, they backtrack, they try a different path, they circle, they check the map, they argue with themselves, they keep moving. All of that takes time, and because it's stressful, it doesn't feel like time is passing normally. It feels like it's slipping. Now, in the triangle stories, there's often a specific moment when the missing time begins. The hiker stops, they listen, they look around, they feel the air change, and then they describe a kind of mental fog. They say they felt confused. They say they felt like they couldn't think clearly. They say they felt like they were moving on autopilot. They say they felt like they were being guided or pushed or pulled. Now, mental fog in the woods can have practical causes too. Dehydration can cause confusion. Low blood sugar can cause confusion. Heat exhaustion can cause confusion. Cold stress can cause confusion. A mild head injury can cause confusion. Even anxiety can cause confusion because it disrupts concentration and decision making. So the fog is not mysterious on its own. But when it happens suddenly, and when it happens in the same region where people report voices and cold spots, it becomes part of the triangle pattern. Now let's talk about the most unsettling version of missing time stories. The ones where the person remembers doing something they can't explain. For example, they might remember stepping off the trail for a reason that doesn't make sense later. They might remember walking toward a sound even though they knew they shouldn't. They might remember feeling calm when they should have been afraid. They might remember feeling afraid when nothing was happening. They might remember standing still for a long time just listening. They might remember turning in circles. They might remember seeing a landmark that they can't find again. They might remember a section of trail that doesn't match any map. And when they try to tell the story, they sound frustrated because they know it doesn't sound logical and they know they can't fully explain it. This is where locals often say, "That place messes with you." It's their way of describing a cognitive shift that feels external. Now, another reason missing time becomes part of the triangle reputation is because it can happen even when a person is not technically lost. A person might be on the right trail, still moving in the correct direction, and still experience time distortion. They might stop to rest and feel like they only sat for a minute, but it was longer. They might walk a section that feels short but takes longer. They might feel like they're moving quickly, but their progress is slow. This can happen if the trail becomes harder than expected. Steep sections slow you down. Rocky terrain slows you down. Mud slows you down. Detours slow you down. But again, the emotional experience is what matters. It feels like time is behaving strangely. Now, there's a particular detail that shows up in some triangle stories, and it's the idea that the missing time is accompanied by silence. A person describes the woods going quiet, and then time becomes slippery. They say it felt like they were in a bubble. They say it felt like the world outside the forest was far away. They say they couldn't hear normal sounds. They say even their own footsteps sounded strange. Now, silence in the woods can happen naturally. Bird activity can drop. Wind can stop. Insects can quiet. But when silence coincides with confusion, it creates a strong impression. Because silence removes feedback. Normally sound helps you orient. You hear a creek and know you're near water. You hear distant traffic and know a road is nearby. You hear other hikers and know you're not alone. When sound disappears, you lose those cues. And without cues, time becomes harder to track. Now, let's talk about the role of routine in time perception, because this is a subtle but important part of why missing time happens in wilderness situations. In daily life, time is anchored by routine. You check your phone, you see clocks, you have scheduled tasks, you hear familiar sounds, you move through familiar spaces. In the woods, routine disappears. There are fewer time markers. Your only real markers are your own movement and the changing light. If you're not paying attention to the light, you can lose track of time quickly. Under tree cover, the light can look the same for hours. Then suddenly it changes fast. Then suddenly it's dusk. So a person can think they have plenty of time, and then realize they don't. That realization creates panic. Panic creates poor decisions. Poor decisions create more lost time. Now, in the triangle stories, missing time is often discovered at the worst possible moment. The hiker finally finds a familiar landmark. They finally see the trailhead sign. They finally reach the parking lot. They feel relief. Then they look at the time, and their stomach drops, because it's later than it should be, sometimes much later, and now they have to explain it to someone, a friend, a spouse, a family member, a ranger, a search crew. And when they try to explain it, they realize they can't. They can say, "I got turned around," but they can't say why it took so long. They can say, "I must have walked in circles," but they can't remember doing it. They can say, "I heard something," but they don't want to sound ridiculous, so they either keep it to themselves or they tell someone they trust. And that's how the triangle stories spread, not through public announcements, but through private conversations. Now let's talk about another aspect of missing time that locals sometimes mention. The feeling of being watched during the missing period. A hiker says they felt eyes on them, even though they never saw anyone. They say they felt like they weren't alone. They say they felt like something was tracking them. This feeling can happen for normal reasons too. The woods are full of animals. Deer watch people, birds watch people. Even if you don't see them, they see you. And humans are sensitive to that. We pick up on subtle cues, a rustle, a pause in bird calls, a shift in movement. But when you combine that feeling with time distortion, it becomes more unsettling. Because it feels like the missing time wasn't just you being lost. It feels like you were being observed while you were lost. Now, here's something else that happens in missing time stories. The person often describes a moment of clarity. They say they suddenly snapped out of it. They suddenly realised where they were. They suddenly found the trail again. They suddenly noticed a marker. They suddenly recognised a landmark. And that moment of clarity feels strange, because it suggests that before it, their mind was not fully engaged. This can happen after panic subsides. After the brain stops flooding with adrenaline, thinking becomes clearer. It can happen after hydration or food. It can happen after rest. But in triangle stories, that snap-back moment is often described like waking up. And that is why missing time feels eerie, because waking up implies sleep, and sleep implies unconsciousness, and unconsciousness in the woods implies vulnerability. Now, locals who warn hikers about missing time often connect it to the idea of not lingering. They say don't stop too long in certain places. They say don't sit down in the wrong spot. They say don't wander into clearings you didn't plan to visit. They say if you feel like time is slipping, leave immediately. Again, you can interpret that as superstition, but there's a practical side too. Lingering increases risk. It increases the chance that daylight will fade. It increases the chance that weather will shift. It increases the chance that you'll get cold. It increases the chance that you'll become tired. And fatigue makes time perception worse. So even if missing time is just the result of fatigue and confusion, the advice to keep moving with purpose is still useful. Now, there's another part of missing time stories that often gets overlooked, and it's the aftermath. People don't always come out of the woods and immediately feel normal again. They might feel shaky. They might feel embarrassed. They might feel angry at themselves. They might feel emotionally flat, like their nervous system is exhausted. They might feel like the world outside the forest is too bright and too loud. They might have trouble sleeping. They might replay the experience over and over, trying to figure out what they did wrong. And that replaying is part of why missing time becomes a lasting memory. Because the mind hates gaps. The mind wants a complete story. If there's a hole in the timeline, the mind keeps poking at it. It keeps trying to fill it. And when it can't, the unease remains. That unease becomes part of the triangle's reputation. Now, as we move forward, we need to talk about another practical detail that shows up alongside missing time, and it's one that can be even more disorienting than the clock. Markers that don't match, signs that seem wrong, trailblazes that look unfamiliar, landmarks that shift. Because if time can slip and the trail can feel wrong, then the next thing that happens in triangle stories is that the hiker begins to question their environment completely. Not just where they are, but whether the path itself can be trusted. And once you stop trusting the path, you're no longer just hiking. You're negotiating with uncertainty. When hikers talk about the Appalachian Triangle, one of the most common turning points in their stories is not a scream in the woods, or a shadow between trees, or even the feeling of being watched. It's something much simpler, and because it's simple, it hits harder. They see something that should reassure them, and it doesn't. A trailblaze that looks wrong, a sign that doesn't match the map, a marker that seems unfamiliar, a landmark that should be there, but isn't. Or the opposite, a landmark that shouldn't be there, but is. And once that happens, the hiker's sense of safety begins to fall apart in a very specific way. Because trail markers are not just paint and wood, they are a language. They are how humans impose structure on a place that would otherwise be endless green. Markers tell you you're still on the right path. They tell you someone has been here before. They tell you this route is known. They tell you if you keep going, you will reach something. So when markers stop making sense, it feels like the woods have taken away your ability to read. And when you can't read the environment, you start making decisions based on fear. Now, in a normal hiking situation, a marker mismatch might be annoying, but not terrifying. You might assume the trail was rerouted. You might assume the sign is old. You might assume you missed a turn. You might pull out your phone, check your map, and adjust. But in the Appalachian Triangle stories, these mismatches often happen alongside other details. The trail feeling wrong, the air changing, the woods going quiet, missing time, voices, cold pockets. So by the time the hiker notices the markers don't match, their mind is already strained. They're already trying to solve too many problems at once, and the marker mismatch becomes the final push that makes them think, I don't know where I am. Not, I'm a little turned around. I don't know where I am. And that is a different kind of fear. Now let's talk about what hikers mean when they say markers don't match, because it can take several forms and each one has its own practical explanation, even if the experience feels eerie. First, the missing blaze. Trailblazes are those painted marks you see on trees, posts or rocks. They're usually rectangles of colour, sometimes stacked or paired to indicate turns. They're meant to be frequent enough that you don't go too long without reassurance. But in many Appalachian areas, blazes can be spaced farther apart than people expect, especially on less travelled trails. They can also be faded by weather. They can be obscured by moss. They can be hidden by leaves. They can be painted on trees that fall. So a hiker might walk for a while and realise they haven't seen a blaze in a long time. That alone can create anxiety, because it feels like you've slipped off the official route. And once you start looking for blazes, you often stop paying attention to the trail itself. You start scanning trees rather than watching your footing. You start wandering slightly side to side, trying to spot paint. And that wandering can pull you off the trail without you realising it. So the missing blaze is not just a sign problem, it's a behaviour problem. It changes how you move. Now, in triangle stories, hikers often describe the missing blaze as if it happened suddenly. They say there were blazes and then there weren't. They say it was like they disappeared. That can happen if you move from a well-maintained section into a less maintained section. It can happen if you accidentally drift onto an unofficial path. It can happen if you take a wrong turn at a fork where the correct route is marked, but you miss the mark. And once you're on the wrong path, you might still see occasional blazes, but they belong to a different trail system, or to a different route, or to an old marking style. That leads to the second type of mismatch, the wrong blaze. A hiker sees a blaze, and it's the wrong colour for the trail they think they're on. Or the blaze is painted in a style they haven't seen before. Or the blaze is shaped differently. Or the blaze is placed in a strange spot, too low, too high, too far off the trail. Now, again, there are practical explanations. Different trail systems use different colours. Some areas have multiple overlapping trails. Some blazes are old and no longer used but still visible. Some blazes are placed differently depending on terrain. Some are painted by volunteers with slightly different methods. But when you're already uneasy, a wrong blaze feels like a wrong answer. It feels like the environment is lying to you. And once you feel like the environment is lying, your mind starts spiralling. Now, the third type of mismatch is the sign that doesn't match the map. This can happen for several reasons. Trails get rerouted, Signs get updated, maps get outdated. Unofficial trails appear, old roads intersect with trails. A hiker might have a map downloaded from an app that hasn't been updated, or they might be using a printed map that doesn't reflect recent changes, or they might be relying on memory from a hike years ago, not realizing the trail changed since then. So they reach a junction and see a sign pointing to a name they don't recognize, or they don't see the sign they expected, or the distance listed doesn't match what they thought. Now, on its own, this is manageable. But in triangle stories, this moment often happens when the hiker is already stressed. They've already been walking longer than expected. They're already tired. They're already thinking about time. And now the sign that should clarify things instead creates more confusion. Confusion in the woods is not just mental discomfort. Confusion is danger. Because confusion leads to hesitation. Hesitation leads to poor decisions. Poor decisions lead to lost time. Lost time leads to darkness. Darkness leads to panic. So a sign mismatch is not a small problem. It's a multiplier. Now, the fourth type of mismatch is the landmark that shifts. This is where triangle stories start sounding eerie, because landmarks are supposed to be stable. A big rock is a big rock. A fallen tree is a fallen tree. A stream crossing is a stream crossing. So when hikers say landmark shifted, it sounds impossible. But what they usually mean is that the landmark they expected wasn't where they expected it, or didn't look the way they remembered it, or didn't appear at all. And that can happen for practical reasons too. Lighting changes make landmarks look different. A rock in bright sun looks different than the same rock in shadow. Fog can hide features. Leaves can cover ground level markers. Water levels can change. A stream can look wider after rain. A fallen tree can rot and collapse. A new fallen tree can appear. Snow can hide everything. So the landscape can genuinely look different from one day to the next. But the unsettling part is when the hiker is sure they're in the right place and still can't find the landmark. That's when they start doubting their memory. And memory doubt is dangerous because your memory is one of your navigation tools. If you can't trust it, you lose another layer of stability. Now, in triangle stories, the shifting landmarks often happen after missing time. A hiker says they walked for what felt like minutes. Then suddenly hours passed. Then they look around and realize they don't recognize the area at all. The trees look similar, but the arrangement feels different. The trail seems unfamiliar. They might even find themselves at a junction they've never seen before. And this is where the triangle reputation becomes more than just people get lost, because it sounds like the person didn't just wander into a different area. It sounds like the area changed around them. Now, again, practical explanations exist. If you wander off trail, you can end up in a different drainage or on a different ridge without realizing it. The terrain can look similar, so you don't realize you've crossed into a new area until you hit a feature you don't recognize. But the emotional experience is still the same. It feels like the woods rearrange themselves. Now, there's another kind of marker mismatch that locals mention sometimes, and it's the one that feels the most unsettling because it suggests human involvement. Unofficial markers. Ribbons tied to branches, sticks arranged in strange ways, carved symbols, piles of rocks that look deliberate. A hiker sees these things and wonders what they mean. Are they trail markers? Are they someone's attempt at navigation? Are they hunting markers? Are they warnings? Are they just random? Now the woods are full of human traces. People mark paths, hunters mark routes, hikers build cairns, kids carve into trees, campers leave things behind, so not every ribbon is mysterious. But in the triangle stories, hikers often describe these unofficial markers as appearing in places where they shouldn't be, off the main trail, in deep brush, in areas that feel abandoned. And when you're already uneasy, seeing a sign of human presence in a place that feels too quiet can be disturbing, because it means someone else was there and you didn't see them. Now, one of the reasons marker mismatches become such a big deal in the triangle is because hikers rely on markers as proof of reality. That might sound strange, but think about it. When you're in the woods, you're surrounded by natural patterns that repeat. Trees, leaves, rocks, dirt. Your brain can start feeling like it's in a loop. It can start feeling like everything looks the same. Markers break that sameness. A blaze is a human stamp. A sign is a human statement. A landmark is a remembered anchor. So when those anchors fail, your brain loses its grip. This is why people describe the experience as disorienting in a deeper way than just, I didn't know which way to go. It becomes existential, even if they don't use that word. It becomes, I don't know what I'm looking at. And that is when panic grows fast. Now, locals who warn hikers about the triangle often give specific advice about markers. They say, don't trust a single marker. They say confirm with multiple cues. They say pay attention to the trail shape, not just the blazes. They say remember where you came from. They say turn around if you lose blazes for too long. And the most important one, if you see something that doesn't match, don't keep going just to see what happens. Because just to see what happens is the mindset that gets people lost. Now let's talk about the way hikers describe the moment when they realize markers don't match. It's often not dramatic. It's often a quiet realization. They're walking, then they notice something small. A blaze that's too faded. A blaze that's the wrong color. A sign pointing to a trail name they don't recognize. A junction that wasn't on the map. They stop. They look around. They check their phone. They check their map. They check the direction of the sun if they can see it. They feel their heartbeat change. They feel their throat tighten. Because in that moment, they understand something. They might not know where they are. And not knowing where you are is not just an inconvenience. It's a risk. Now, here's where the triangle stories become particularly unsettling. Because some hikers describe the marker mismatch as if it was guiding them. They say they followed blazes that led them deeper. They say they trusted a sign that seemed official, but it took them off course. They say they saw a marker and followed it, and later realized it wasn't part of the trail system. This can happen if a hiker follows an old trail marking that leads to an abandoned route, or if they follow a hunting marker, or if they follow a cairn built by someone who didn't know what they were doing. But to the hiker, it feels like the woods gave them false information. And once you believe you've been given false information, you stop trusting the environment. Now, another detail in triangle stories is the idea that the blazes appear again when it's too late. A hiker loses markers, wanders, becomes stressed, then suddenly sees a blaze again. They feel relief. They follow it. They see another. They think they're back on track, but the trail still feels wrong. The blazes feel too far apart. The direction feels wrong. The forest feels wrong. And the hiker starts to wonder if they're being led in circles. Again, this can happen if you're on a loop trail or if you're circling unknowingly. But the emotional effect is the same. It feels like the woods are playing with you. Now there's another kind of marker mismatch that happens in real wilderness situations and contributes to triangle stories. Trail intersections that are not obvious. Sometimes two trails cross without a clear sign. Sometimes a trail merges and then splits. Sometimes a trail passes over an old roadbed that looks like a trail. Sometimes a dry creek bed looks like a path. A hiker can step onto the wrong line without realizing it. Then later, when they see a marker, it doesn't match. And that mismatch is the first clue that they've been off course for a while. This is why marker mismatches can feel sudden, because the mistake happened earlier, but the evidence shows up later. Now, locals sometimes describe the triangle as a place where the signs don't help you. That phrase is not literal, but it captures the feeling hikers describe. It captures the idea that the tools you rely on, markers, maps, memory, stop working the way they should. And when your tools stop working, you become vulnerable. Now, as we move forward, we're going to talk about the feeling that often arrives right after marker mismatches, especially when a person is alone. The feeling of being watched. Not the casual awareness that animals might be nearby, not the normal sense of solitude. A focused, specific sensation that makes people turn their head, scan the trees, and feel their body tighten as if they've stepped into someone else's space. Because in the Appalachian Triangle, when the trail stops making sense, many hikers start to feel like they're not the only one paying attention anymore. There's a difference between being alone in the woods and feeling alone in the woods. Most hikers know what real solitude feels like. It can be calming, it can be quiet in a good way. It can make your thoughts slow down. It can make you notice details you'd normally ignore. The pattern of bark on a tree, the rhythm of your footsteps, the sound of a distant stream. But then there's another feeling. The feeling that you are not alone, even though you can't see anyone. Not the normal awareness that animals live here. Not the reasonable assumption that other hikers might be somewhere on the trail. Not even the cautious thought that you should stay alert. This is sharper than that. It's the feeling that something is paying attention to you. It's the feeling that you are being watched. And in Appalachian Triangle stories, this feeling shows up so often and in such similar ways that locals have a name for it, even when they don't say it out loud. The watchers. Sometimes people say it casually, like it's a joke. Sometimes they say it with a half smile, like they don't want to scare you. Sometimes they say it with a serious face and a quiet voice, like they're giving you a warning they've given too many times. But the meaning is the same. There are places in those ridges where hikers suddenly feel like they're not alone. Now, the first thing to understand is that the feeling of being watched can happen for very normal reasons in the woods. Animals watch people all the time. Deer freeze and stare. Birds pause and observe. Predators track movement. Even small animals like squirrels can create the sense of eyes on you, because they move when you move and stop when you stop. So in a literal sense, you're often being watched. But the triangle stories aren't about that normal kind of observation. They're about a specific sensation that hits hikers like a switch flipping. They'll say it came out of nowhere. They'll say their skin prickled. They'll say they suddenly wanted to leave. They'll say they couldn't stop looking over their shoulder. They'll say it felt like they were being measured. And that's what makes the feeling different. It doesn't feel like wildlife. It feels intentional. Now, the reason this becomes so intense on ridges is partly because ridges change the way the forest feels. When you're hiking along a ridge, the terrain drops away on one or both sides. You might have long stretches where the trail is narrow, with steep slopes falling into thick brush. You might have rock outcrops. You might have gaps where the wind moves differently. You might have stretches where you can see farther than usual, then stretches where visibility collapses again. A ridge can make you feel exposed, even when you're surrounded by trees, because the ground falls away and you realize how much space is below you. That exposure changes your nervous system. It makes you more alert. It makes you scan more. It makes you notice movement more easily. So ridges are natural places for the feeling of being watched to appear, because your body is already on edge. Now there's another reason ridges contribute to this sensation. Sound. On a ridge, sound can travel in odd ways. Wind can carry it, the slope can reflect it. You might hear something from below you that sounds like it's behind you. You might hear a branch snap and not be able to locate it. You might hear footsteps that match your pace, but it's just the echo of your own movement or an animal moving through brush. And when you can't locate sound, your brain fills in the gap. It assumes a watcher. Now let's talk about the way hikers describe this feeling in triangle stories, because it's often described with specific details that repeat across accounts. They describe the woods going quiet. They describe the wind stopping. They describe the birds going silent. They describe the trail feeling wrong. Then they describe the watcher feeling arriving. It's not usually the first thing. It's often the next thing. As if the environment becomes still, and then attention turns toward them. Now, again, there are practical explanations for silence. Animals go quiet when they sense a predator. Wind can drop. Insects can quiet. But the sequence matters because it creates a narrative in the hiker's mind. Silence feels like a pause. A pause feels like a setup. And then the watcher feeling arrives, and it feels like the forest is no longer neutral. Now, one of the most common descriptions hikers give is that they felt eyes on the back of their neck. This is interesting because it's a physical sensation, not a visual one. People describe it like a pressure, like heat, like tingling, like the hair rising on their skin. This can happen due to adrenaline. When the nervous system activates, it increases sensitivity. Your skin becomes more reactive, your muscles tense, your body prepares to move. So the eyes on the neck feeling can be a physiological response to uncertainty. But it doesn't feel physiological when it happens. It feels external. It feels like someone is there. Now another common detail is the urge to look behind them. Not once, but repeatedly. A hiker says they kept turning their head. They kept scanning the trees. They kept checking the trail behind them. They kept expecting to see someone, and every time they looked, there was nothing. This repeated checking is important because it drains mental energy. It distracts from navigation. It makes you more likely to trip. It makes you more likely to drift off trail. It makes you more likely to miss a marker. So the watcher feeling is dangerous not just because it's scary, but because it changes behaviour. Now locals sometimes describe certain ridges as bad places to stop. They'll say don't take breaks there, don't sit down there, don't linger there. And again, you can interpret that as superstition. But there's a practical reason too. If you stop on a ridge, you become still. When you're still, you lose momentum. You cool down. You get stiff. Your body becomes less ready to move, and your mind has more space to imagine threats. Movement keeps your mind anchored. Stillness invites interpretation. So ridges, especially quiet ones, can become places where the watcher feeling grows. Now, there's a version of the watcher story that comes up often in triangle lore, and it's the one where hikers describe seeing something in their peripheral vision. Not a clear figure, not a detailed shape, just movement, a shift. A dark form between trees that disappears when they look directly at it. This is extremely common in wooded environments for normal reasons. Peripheral vision is sensitive to movement but not detail. Shadows shift, leaves move, branches sway, light flickers through canopy. Your brain notices movement and flags it as potential threat. Then you look directly, and the detail isn't there, because it was never a clear object in the first place. But the emotional impact remains, because your body reacted, and once your body reacts, it's hard to tell yourself it was nothing. Now, the triangle stories often describe this peripheral movement happening repeatedly. A hiker sees movement to the left, then to the right, then behind. always at the edge of sight, always gone when they turn. This pattern creates a sense of being surrounded, and that is where the watcher feeling becomes more intense. Now let's talk about another reason the watcher feeling is so strong in the Appalachians, the density of the forest. In some areas the trees are close together and the undergrowth is thick. That means there are countless places for something to hide. A person could be 10 feet away and unseen. An animal could be 10 feet away and unseen. So the mind, aware of those hiding spaces, becomes uneasy. It starts imagining what could be there. And if you've already had marker mismatches or missing time, your mind is already primed to interpret uncertainty as danger. Now, there's another element in triangle watcher stories, and it's the idea that the watcher is not moving like an animal. People say it felt tall. They say it felt still. They say it felt like it was standing and observing rather than darting or scurrying. This is where the stories start to lean into the unknown. Because a deer doesn't stand perfectly still for long while watching you unless it's frozen in fear, and even then, it moves eventually. A bear moves with weight. A squirrel moves quickly. A bird moves overhead. But a still presence in the woods, one that doesn't reveal itself, creates a different kind of fear. It feels like intelligence. Now again, humans are pattern detectors. We interpret stillness as intention. We interpret hidden observation as threat. That's normal. It's protective. But in the triangle stories, the feeling is often described as too strong to ignore. A hiker says they felt it in their chest. They say they suddenly wanted to leave. They say they didn't care about finishing the hike anymore. They say they didn't care about the view. They say they didn't care about the plan. They just wanted to get out. That instinct, the sudden urge to leave, is one of the most consistent details across accounts. And it's the detail locals respect the most. Because locals often say, if you get that feeling, listen to it. Not because they think the woods are haunted necessarily, but because they've seen what happens when people ignore their instincts. Now, there's another version of the watcher story that's even more unsettling, and it's the one where the watcher seems to follow. A hiker says they felt watched, then they started moving faster, and the feeling stayed with them. They say it felt like the presence moved with them, staying just out of sight. They say they heard footsteps matching theirs. They say they heard branches breaking behind them at the same pace. Now this can happen for normal reasons too. A deer might be moving parallel, another hiker might be behind, wind might be breaking branches, echoes might distort sound. But the sensation of being followed triggers a very specific survival response. It makes people want to run, and running in the woods is dangerous. You can trip, you can fall, you can twist an ankle, you can get separated from the trail, you can lose your orientation completely. So the watcher feeling is not just scary, it can push you into the exact behaviour that makes you more vulnerable. This is why experienced hikers often repeat a certain rule, even if they don't say it in a dramatic way. Don't run, move with purpose, keep your footing, stay on the trail. Because if you run, you might solve one fear by creating a real emergency. Now, locals sometimes describe watchers as being associated with certain high points, certain gaps, certain ridge intersections, places where trails meet, places where old roads cross, places where the forest opens and then closes again. These are natural places for the watcher feeling to appear because they are decision points. You have to choose a direction. You have to commit to a path. You have to stop and think. Stopping and thinking is when the mind becomes most vulnerable to fear. So these ridge intersections become hotspots in the stories, not necessarily because something lives there, but because that's where people pause, and pausing is when the watcher feeling grows. Now, Another detail that shows up is the sense that the watcher doesn't want to be seen. This is important because it changes the way hikers interpret the situation. If you see a bear, you can react. You can back away. You can make noise. You can follow safety guidelines. If you see a person, you can speak. You can assess. You can decide. But if you feel watched and never see anything, you can't resolve it. There's no closure. There's no confirmation. There's no action that feels correct. So the feeling lingers. It becomes a mental weight. And that weight can make you make mistakes. Now, in some triangle stories, hikers describe the watcher feeling as being strongest when they step off trail, even slightly. They might step aside to use the bathroom. They might step off to take a photo. They might step off to look at a view. And suddenly the feeling intensifies. Again, practical explanations exist. When you step off trail, you're in thicker brush. Visibility is worse. Sound changes. You're more exposed because you're not on the clear path. You're also doing something that makes you vulnerable, like squatting or turning away from the trail, so your nervous system spikes. But the experience is still real. The fear is still real. And the lesson locals draw from it is simple. Stay on the trail. Now there's one more detail that locals sometimes mention in watcher stories, and it's the sense that the watcher is above. Not beside you, not behind you, above you, on the ridgeline, on the slope, watching from higher ground. This is an old fear for humans. Being watched from above implies advantage. It implies control. It implies you're in someone else's territory. In mountain terrain, it's also plausible. Animals often move along higher ground. People can be above you without you seeing them. Sound can come from above and seem to come from everywhere. So when hikers describe the watcher being above, it makes sense both practically and emotionally. Now the Appalachian Triangle reputation is built from these kinds of stories stacking on top of each other. The trail feels wrong. Markers don't match. Time slips. Voices call. Cold pockets appear. And then the watcher feeling arrives, as if the forest has noticed you noticing it. That's how people describe it, even if they don't use those words. And once that feeling arrives, hikers often make one of two choices. They leave immediately, or they keep going, trying to prove to themselves that it's nothing. The ones who leave often make it out and later say, "I don't know what that was, but I'm glad I left." The ones who keep going are the ones who end up deeper in the story. Because once you ignore the watcher feeling, you tend to ignore other warning signs too. And that's where the triangle stories start to shift into the accounts that locals really don't like talking about. The ones where people describe seeing something that looks like an animal, but not quite. Something that triggers the same reaction as the watcher feeling, but with a clearer image attached to it. Not a bear, not a deer, not a normal creature you can identify. Something that makes the person's mind stall for a second as it tries to label it and fails. And in that failure, fear becomes immediate. Because when you can't name what you're looking at, you can't predict what it will do. And unpredictability is what turns unease into panic. When locals talk about the Appalachian Triangle, they don't always start with the strangest stories. Most of the time, they start with the practical warnings. Stay on the trail, don't hike alone, don't push past sunset, don't ignore the feeling that something is wrong. But if you spend enough time around the right people, if you listen long enough, you eventually hear the stories that get told in a lower voice, the ones that begin with a sentence like this. I know what I saw, and it wasn't right. Not I saw a bear, not I saw a deer, not I saw something moving. It's always the same problem. They saw something that looked almost familiar, but not enough to name it. And that's why these stories have become a kind of category all their own. The not deer, the not bear, the not quite anything. Now, before we go further, it's important to say something clearly. because this topic attracts exaggeration like a magnet. People love a monster story. People love turning a strange experience into something bigger. People love making the woods sound like a place where anything can happen. So if you hear these stories, it's easy to assume they're all made up. But the reason they persist in the triangle is not because everyone believes in monsters. It's because even people who don't believe in monsters have experienced something they couldn't identify in the woods. And when you can't identify something in the forest, your brain reacts differently. Because identification is control. If you can say, that's a deer, your nervous system relaxes. If you can say, that's a bear, you can follow safety rules. If you can say, that's another hiker, you can speak and assess. But if you can't label it, you can't predict it. And if you can't predict it, your body assumes danger. So the not quite anything stories are less about what the creature was and more about what the experience did to the person who saw it. Now, the not deer story is one of the most common, and it has a reason for that. Deer are everywhere in the Appalachians. They're a normal part of the landscape. People see them constantly. They're not usually scary. They're skittish. They run, they freeze, they flick their ears, they move with a certain rhythm, so when someone says they saw a deer, nobody reacts. But when someone says they saw something that looked like a deer, but wrong, people pay attention. Because everyone knows what a deer is supposed to look like. Now, what does wrong mean in these stories? The details vary, but the pattern is consistent. The proportions are off. The movement is off. The behaviour is off. The eyes are off. The stillness is off. Sometimes the size is wrong. Too large, too tall, too heavy. Sometimes the legs are wrong. Too long, too stiff, bending strangely. Sometimes the head is wrong. Held at an angle that doesn't make sense. Too low, too high, too steady. Sometimes the face is wrong, not in a supernatural way, but in a way that makes the person's mind hesitate. Like the features don't match what they should. And the most repeated detail is the way it moves. Deer move like deer. Even when they're scared, they have a certain grace. They spring, they bound, they vanish into brush. In not deer stories, the creature often moves in a way that feels mechanical or unnatural. Not like a normal animal reacting to danger. More like something imitating an animal without understanding how the animal is supposed to behave. Now, if you're looking for practical explanations, there are several. A deer can be sick, a deer can be injured, a deer can be starving, a deer can have a neurological disease, a deer can be covered in mud, making it look darker or misshapen. A deer can be in poor light, making its shape harder to read. A deer can be partially obscured by brush, making its proportions look wrong. A deer can be standing on uneven ground, making its legs look too long or too short. All of that is possible. But again, the reason these stories stick is because the person describing it often says they've seen deer their whole life. They know what an injured deer looks like. They know what a deer in bad light looks like. They know what a deer standing on a slope looks like. And still, they say it wasn't right. Now, the not bear stories have a different flavour. Bears in the Appalachians are real. They're not mythical. They're part of the ecosystem. And people who spend time in these woods know that bears exist, even if they never see one. So when someone says they saw a bear, it's serious, but it's not unbelievable. But the not bear stories come from moments where a person sees something large and dark and heavy, something that should be a bear, but it doesn't behave like one. A bear moves with weight. It has a certain gait. It's powerful, but it's still an animal. It reacts like an animal. In not bear stories, the creature might move too smoothly, or too silently, or too upright, or too fast, or it might not react to the person the way a bear should. Sometimes the person says it stood in a way that made it look taller than a bear should look. Sometimes they say it moved behind trees in a way that suggested it was watching rather than fleeing. Sometimes they say it didn't make noise, and the silence is important because large animals usually make some noise in the woods. Branches crack, leaves shift, dirt slides. Even a careful animal creates sound. So when someone says something big moved without sound, it feels wrong. Now, again, practical explanations exist. A bear can be farther away than it appears, making its movement seem different. A bear can be partially hidden, making it look taller. A bear can be moving on soft ground, reducing noise. A bear can be in a state where it doesn't flee immediately. A bear can stand briefly on hind legs, especially if it's sniffing the air. So the not bear could be a bear. But the person's reaction is still worth paying attention to, because it tells you what the moment felt like. And in triangle stories, the moment often feels like being observed rather than encountering wildlife. Now the third category, the not quite anything, is the hardest to describe, and that's why it's the most unsettling. Because it's not even close enough to be mistaken for a known animal. It's just wrong. A shape between trees that doesn't match any familiar silhouette. Movement that doesn't fit any animal's pattern. A sound that doesn't match any known call. A presence that feels close, but never reveals itself. Now, if you want to stay grounded, you can say these experiences are misinterpretations. Low light, stress, fatigue, fear, all of it can distort perception. And in the woods, where your view is broken into fragments by trees and brush, you rarely see an entire animal clearly. You see parts, a leg, a shoulder, a head, a flicker of movement. Your brain fills in the rest. Sometimes it fills in the rest incorrectly. That's normal. But the triangle stories often involve people who insist they had a clear view. They weren't imagining. They weren't guessing. They saw it, and it didn't match anything they knew. Now, there's a reason these stories show up so often in the triangle, and it's not necessarily because there are unknown creatures roaming the ridges. It's because the triangle environment creates the perfect conditions for misidentification and fear. Dense forest limits visibility. Ridges create odd angles and shadows. Hollows create fog and damp air. Sound behaves unpredictably. Light flickers through canopy. And the human mind, under stress, becomes hyper-focused on threat detection. So the triangle is a place where your senses can mislead you. And when your senses mislead you, you can see something wrong. Now, locals often say the not deer stories happen near certain areas, especially near old roads, abandoned clearings, or places where the forest feels too quiet. That's interesting because those places are also where deer and other animals might actually gather. Clearings provide food, old roads provide easier travel, quiet areas provide safety from human disturbance. So if you want a practical explanation, those are exactly the places you might see wildlife. But again, the stories aren't just about seeing wildlife. They're about seeing wildlife that feels wrong. Now, there's another repeated detail in not deer stories that people don't always mention at first, but it comes out if you listen. The eyes. People say the eyes were too reflective, or too bright, or too forward-facing, or too steady, or that the creature looked directly at them in a way that didn't feel like an animal. Now, eyeshine is real. Many animals' eyes reflect light at night. Headlights can make eyes glow. A flashlight can make eyes shine. Even in low light, you can catch reflections. But the way eyes look depends on angle and distance. Sometimes the reflection is intense. Sometimes it's faint. Sometimes it's one eye, sometimes both. Sometimes it looks like a bright point, sometimes like a smear. So eyes can look strange in the woods, but when someone says the eyes felt wrong, what they often mean is that the gaze felt intentional. An animal looking at you is one thing, something staring at you is another. Now, the not deer and not bear stories often overlap with the watcher feeling. That's important, because the watcher feeling primes you to interpret movement as threat. If you already feel watched, and then you see a shape, your mind is already ready to label it as dangerous. So the sequence matters. The trail feels wrong, markers don't match, time slips, you feel watched, then you see something, and now the fear becomes concrete. Now let's talk about what these sightings do to hikers in the moment, because the reaction is often immediate. People freeze, they stop walking, they stop breathing for a second, they listen, they stare, they try to identify. And that pause can be dangerous because pausing in fear can lead to poor decisions. Some people back away slowly. Some people turn and leave immediately. Some people try to take a photo, which is a very modern response, but it can cost time and attention. Some people call out, which is usually not helpful. Some people run, which is the most dangerous option. In triangle stories, the ones who make it out safely often describe doing the same thing. They left. They didn't investigate. They didn't try to prove anything. They didn't try to get closer. They didn't argue with themselves. They just turned around and walked out with purpose. Now, locals often say that if you see something you can't identify, you should treat it as a sign to leave. Not because it's definitely dangerous, but because your environment is already unstable. If you're seeing things you can't identify, you're either in bad conditions, low light, fog, stress, or you're in a place where visibility is too limited to safely assess what's around you. So, leaving is the safest move. Now, there's another layer to these stories, and it's the way the forest seems to react after the sighting. Hikers often say that after they saw the not deer or not bear, the woods got quieter, or the air got colder, or the trail felt even more wrong, or they felt like they were being followed. Again, this can be explained by adrenaline. Once your nervous system spikes, you notice everything more intensely. You hear less because your hearing becomes selective. You feel cold because blood flow shifts. You feel watched because your mind is scanning for threats. So the forest reaction might be your body's reaction, but in the moment it feels external. It feels like the place responded. Now, some triangle stories go further and describe the creature doing something that breaks the normal rules of animal behaviour. Standing too long, moving too slowly, approaching instead of fleeing, mirroring the hiker's movement, staying just out of sight. And those details are what turn a weird wildlife encounter into a story that gets repeated, because the scariest wildlife encounters are not the ones where the animal acts like an animal. They're the ones where the animal acts like it's thinking. Now, if you want a grounded explanation, animals can behave unpredictably. A sick animal might not flee. A hungry animal might take risks. A habituated animal might not fear humans. An injured animal might freeze rather than run. A startled animal might act strangely. So the behaviour doesn't have to be supernatural to be unusual. But again, the hiker doesn't know that in the moment. They only know the behaviour doesn't match their expectations. And when expectations break, fear spikes. Now, locals sometimes connect these sightings to certain old stories in the region. Stories about things that imitate animals. Stories about things that lure people off trail. Stories about things that watch from the ridge. Whether you believe those stories or not, they influence how people interpret what they see. If you grew up hearing warnings, you carry those warnings with you into the woods. And if you see something strange, your mind reaches for the story you already know. That's how folklore works. It doesn't have to be true to shape behaviour. Now, as we move forward, we're going to shift from the creature stories into something that feels less like a sighting and more like a map problem. Old roads, forgotten settlements, places that used to be lived in and then were swallowed by the forest. Because one of the most unsettling things about the Appalachian Triangle is that it's not just wilderness, it's layered wilderness. There are traces of people everywhere, even when you can't see them at first. And when you stumble onto those traces, the forest doesn't just feel like nature anymore. It feels like history that didn't finish. In the Appalachian Triangle, one of the most unsettling moments doesn't come from hearing something strange or seeing a shape between trees. It comes from realizing that the woods are not as empty as they look. You can walk for hours surrounded by trees and feel like you're in pure wilderness. You can look around and see nothing but trunks, leaves, and shadows. You can hear nothing but wind and your own steps. And then you step over a rise, or you round a bend, or you follow a faint path that seems to go somewhere and you find it. A straight line where no straight line should be. A flattened strip of ground that looks like it was made by wheels. A stone wall running through the forest like a boundary line that no longer has a purpose. A rusted piece of metal half buried in leaves. A set of steps made of rock leading to nowhere. A clearing that feels too open, too flat, too deliberate. And suddenly the Appalachian Triangle stops feeling like a natural place and starts feeling like a place with layers. Because the Appalachians are not just mountains and trees, they are old human territory. People lived here long before modern hikers arrived with backpacks and GPS apps. People built homes, cut roads, raised animals, worked the land and then left. Sometimes they left by choice. Sometimes they left because they had to. Sometimes they left because the world changed around them, and the forest did what it always does. It grew back. It covered the evidence. It made the past hard to see unless you knew where to look. That's why old roads and forgotten settlements are such a big part of the Triangle stories. Because when you find them, you feel like you've stepped into something you weren't meant to find. Now, to be clear, there's nothing supernatural about an abandoned road. The Appalachians are full of them. Logging roads, mining roads, farm roads, wagon tracks, old access routes that once mattered and now don't. But the effect they have on hikers can be intense, especially in the Triangle, because an old road looks like an answer. It looks like a way out. It looks like proof that humans were here, and if humans were here, then maybe you can follow their path back to safety. That's the trap. Not a magical trap, but a practical one. Old roads don't always lead where you think they do. Sometimes they lead deeper. Sometimes they loop. Sometimes they end. Sometimes they fade into brush. Sometimes they lead to places that aren't on modern maps. And when a hiker follows one, especially when they're already disoriented, they can end up in terrain that is harder to escape than the trail they left behind. This is one reason locals warn hikers about shortcuts and side paths. Because the Triangle is full of routes that look like they should connect to something, but don't. Now let's talk about what forgotten settlements look like in the woods, because most people imagine a ghost town with standing buildings and empty streets. That's not usually what you find in the Appalachians. What you find is subtle. A rectangle of stones that used to be a foundation, a line of rocks that used to be a fence, an orchard of old trees growing in unnatural rows, a patch of ground that stays open because it was once cleared and never fully returned to forest. A well, hidden under leaves, a chimney standing alone, because stone lasts longer than wood, a piece of pottery, a rusted hinge, a broken bottle, a nail. These are small things, but when you see them, they change the way the woods feel, because they remind you that someone once lived here. Someone cooked meals here. Someone slept here. Someone raised children here. Someone worked and struggled and aged here. And now it's gone. The house is gone, the people are gone, the road is faint, but the trace remains. Now, why does this matter for the Appalachian Triangle? Why do old settlements become part of the warnings? Because these places are often where hikers get confused. Old settlements were built where people could live. That means they were often built near water, in sheltered hollows, in places with access routes. Those are the same places hikers might wander into if they're lost, especially if they follow water downhill. So the very geography that made these places livable also makes them likely destinations for disoriented hikers. And when a lost hiker finds signs of an old settlement, it can create a dangerous kind of hope. They might think, if there was a house here, there must be a road. They might think, if there was a road, it must connect to a main road. They might think, if I follow this, I'll get out. Sometimes they're right. Sometimes they're wrong. Now, locals who grew up around these mountains often know where these old places are, even if they can't point to them on a modern map. They know the names of hollows. They know where the old farms were. They know where the logging camps used to be. They know where the old church stood before it collapsed. They know where the cemetery is hidden behind brush. And cemeteries are another part of this. In the Triangle stories, hikers sometimes stumble onto small forgotten graveyards deep in the woods. Not large cemeteries with gates and signs, but a few stones on a slope. Sometimes the stones are old and worn. Sometimes the names are hard to read. Sometimes the stones are broken or tilted. Finding a cemetery in the woods is unsettling for most people, even if they don't believe in ghosts. It's a reminder of mortality. It's a reminder that people died here long before you arrived. It's a reminder that the forest has been swallowing human lives and human history for a very long time. And in the Triangle, where disappearance stories are already part of the reputation, stumbling onto a forgotten cemetery can make a hiker's mind spiral fast. Now, there's another kind of forgotten settlement that shows up in the Triangle stories, and it's the one that feels the most eerie because it looks almost intact from a distance. Old cabins. Sometimes you'll see a structure that's partially standing, a collapsed roof, a leaning wall, a doorway with no door, a window frame with nothing behind it. And if you're hiking and you see something like that, your first instinct might be curiosity. You might want to walk over and look. You might want to see what it is. You might want to take a photo. But locals often warn against approaching abandoned structures deep in the woods, and not because they think it's cursed, because it can be dangerous. Floors collapse, nails stick out, walls fall, animals nest inside, snakes hide in debris, and sometimes a structure that looks abandoned isn't abandoned. Sometimes people use old cabins as hunting camps. Sometimes people use them as shelters. Sometimes people use them because they don't want to be found. So approaching an unknown structure can create risks you didn't plan for. Now, the Triangle stories often include a detail about these structures that makes them feel wrong. The structure looks too fresh, or it looks maintained in a way that doesn't make sense, or it looks like someone has been there recently, even though it's far from any known trail. A hiker might see a fire ring with fresh ash. They might see footprints. They might see cut wood. They might see a tarp. They might see a chair. And that's when the hiker's mind shifts from history to presence. Because history is safe in a way. History is gone. Presence is immediate. Presence means someone might be nearby right now. Now, the Appalachian Triangle reputation is full of this kind of layering. The sense that the woods hold old human traces, and that those traces can become part of the disorientation. Because when you find an old road, you might follow it. When you follow it, you might leave the trail. When you leave the trail, you might lose markers. When you lose markers, you might lose time. When you lose time, you might panic. And now you're deeper. Now you're in the kind of terrain where the forest feels like it has more control than you do. Now, let's talk about one of the most repeated details in stories about forgotten settlements. The feeling that the place is wrong, even if it's quiet. A hiker describes stepping into a clearing with old stones and feeling a heaviness. They describe the air feeling still. They describe the sound changing. They describe the sense that they shouldn't stay. Now again, there are practical explanations. Clearings change wind, they change sound, they change temperature. An open area can feel exposed. A place with stone foundations can hold cold. A hollow can trap damp air. But the emotional effect is strong, because a forgotten settlement is not just a place. It's a reminder that people once lived here and then left. And the reasons people leave places can be complicated. Poverty, disaster, disease, industry collapse, forced relocation, death. So when you step into that space, you're stepping into the shadow of a story you don't know. And humans are sensitive to that. We feel it even when we can't name it. Now there's another reason old settlements matter in the Triangle stories, and it has to do with navigation. Old roads and settlement paths don't always align with modern trails. Modern trails are designed for recreation, conservation and access. Old roads were designed for survival, work and travel between specific points. So if you stumble onto an old road and follow it, you might end up far from any modern trail system. You might end up in private land. You might end up in a dead-end hollow. You might end up at a creek that becomes impassable. You might end up in thick rhododendron where movement becomes slow and exhausting. And once movement becomes slow and exhausting, time starts slipping. This is how the old roads connect directly to the missing time problem, because an old road can look easy at first, then become difficult. It can lure you forward with comfort and punish you with obstacles. Now, locals sometimes describe these old roads as the paths that don't want you to leave. That sounds like folklore, but the practical meaning is simple. Once you commit to an old road, turning back feels like losing progress. So you keep going, and the longer you keep going, the harder it becomes to reverse. That's how people get trapped by their own decisions. Now, let's talk about the role of fog and light in these forgotten places, because it's another detail that makes them feel eerie. Many old settlements are in hollows. Hollows hold fog. Fog reduces visibility. Fog makes distances hard to judge. Fog makes sound behave strangely. So if you walk into a hollow settlement area on a day when fog is present, it can feel like you've stepped into a different world. The trees become silhouettes. The stones look darker. The road fades into white. And now the place feels detached from the rest of the forest. That detachment is one reason Triangle stories include these settings, because they create the perfect stage for disorientation. Now, there's another detail that hikers sometimes mention when they find old settlements. The sense of being watched intensifies. This makes sense for practical reasons. Clearings are exposed, you feel visible, you feel like you're standing in the open. Your nervous system reacts. It assumes you're vulnerable. But in Triangle stories, hikers describe it as if the place itself has attention. Like stepping into a forgotten settlement is stepping into someone else's space. And whether that someone is history, wildlife, or something unknown, the effect is the same. The hiker wants to leave. Now the Triangle is full of these layered spaces, and they contribute to the sense that the forest is not just a forest. It's a patchwork of old human use and natural reclamation. It's a place where you can step from a modern trail into an old world without realizing it. And when you do, you might lose your bearings. You might lose your sense of time. You might lose the trail. Now, as we move forward, we're going to talk about what happens when these stories become official. when it's not just a hiker telling a strange experience, but a full search effort. Teams, maps, dogs, coordination, and the hard truth that sometimes the woods don't give answers easily. Because in the Appalachian Triangle, one of the most sobering parts of the reputation is not the folklore, it's the search parties. It's the hard lessons that come from real disappearances, real terrain, and real limits on what even experienced rescuers can do when a person is swallowed by ridges and hollows. When someone goes missing in the Appalachian Triangle, the story stops being about strange feelings and unsettling moments. It becomes something heavier and more concrete. It becomes phone calls, headlights on gravel roads, flashlights cutting through brush, radios crackling in the dark, and people walking shoulder to shoulder through terrain that does not care how badly you want an answer. This is the part of the Triangle reputation that locals don't treat like entertainment. Because when you talk about search parties, you're not talking about rumour anymore. You're talking about real people trying to bring someone home. And one of the hardest truths in this region is that experience doesn't always protect you. That might sound unfair, but it's true. People want to believe that the woods are a skill test, that if you're prepared and smart and careful, you'll be fine. And preparation does matter. Skill does matter. Experience does matter. But the Appalachian Triangle has a way of reminding people that even with all of that, things can still go wrong. Sometimes fast, sometimes quietly, sometimes without leaving the kind of evidence that makes search efforts straightforward. And when that happens, the search parties learn hard lessons, the kind that stay with them long after the trail has been walked and the calls have stopped. Now, to understand why experience doesn't always help, you have to understand what search and rescue actually looks like in terrain like this. Most people imagine a search party as a group of people walking through the woods until they find the missing person. In reality, it's much more complex, and it's also much more limited than people want to admit. Searchers have to work with time, weather, terrain, and incomplete information. They have to decide where to look first, where to look next, and how to use limited resources efficiently. They have to manage safety for the searchers themselves. They have to coordinate teams, communicate, track areas that have been searched, and constantly reassess the situation. And in the Appalachians, the environment adds layers of difficulty that can make even well-organised searches feel like trying to solve a puzzle while the puzzle pieces are being scattered. Now, when a person is reported missing, the first challenge is always the same. Where were they last known to be? This seems like a simple question, but it often isn't. A hiker might have told someone they were going to a certain trail, but that doesn't mean they stayed on it. They might have changed plans, they might have taken a side path, they might have decided to explore, they might have started on one trail and ended up on another. If they were alone, there may be no witness to confirm where they were last seen. If they were with someone and separated, the last seen point might be an estimate. They were behind me a little. They stopped to tie their shoe. They were right there a minute ago. In dense woods, a minute ago can be the difference between visible and gone. So search parties often start with uncertainty. They have to build a search plan based on the best available information, which is sometimes not much. Now, the second challenge is the terrain itself. The Appalachian Triangle region is not a flat forest where you can walk in a straight line. It's ridges, hollows, steep slopes, thick undergrowth, rock outcrops, streams, and sudden changes in elevation. This matters because searching steep terrain is exhausting. It slows movement, it limits visibility, it increases the risk of injury for the searchers. It also creates countless places where a person can be hidden. A missing person could be 10 feet away in thick brush and still not be seen. They could be below a slope, out of line of sight. They could be behind a fallen tree. They could be in a depression. They could be in a ravine. So search parties can work incredibly hard and still miss someone simply because the environment is built to hide. Now the third challenge is vegetation. The Appalachians are famous for certain kinds of thick growth, especially rhododendron and mountain laurel. These plants can form dense walls of green that are difficult to push through. They can block visibility. They can slow movement to a crawl. If a missing person wandered into thick rhododendron, they might not be able to move easily. They might become trapped in a maze of branches. They might become exhausted quickly. They might sit down and not be able to get back out. Searchers pushing through that same growth face the same problem. It's slow, it's exhausting, it's easy to miss details, so even with experience, the forest can win simply by being dense. Now the fourth challenge is water. Streams, creeks and rivers run everywhere in this region. Water can be a clue because lost people often follow it, but water can also erase clues. Rain washes away tracks. Rising streams change crossing points. Mud shifts. Evidence disappears. Water also creates hazards. Slippery rocks. Sudden drop-offs. Cold exposure. A person could fall near a stream and be hidden by vegetation. A person could be carried a short distance by current. Even a small creek can be dangerous if someone is injured or exhausted. So search parties have to consider water both as a guide and as a risk. Now, the fifth challenge is time. The longer someone is missing, the harder it becomes to find them alive, and the harder it becomes to find them at all. Scent trails fade, especially after rain. Footprints disappear. Night falls, reducing visibility and increasing danger for searchers. Temperatures drop. Fog can roll in. Storms can hit. And in the mountains, weather can change quickly and unpredictably. So search parties are always racing against the clock, even if they don't say it out loud. Now, here's where experience becomes complicated, because experience can help you navigate, but it can also make you assume things that aren't true. An experienced hiker might think, I know this trail, I don't need to check the map. An experienced hiker might think, I can handle this weather. An experienced hiker might think, I can take a shortcut. An experienced hiker might think, I'll just go a little off trail and come back. These are the kinds of decisions that beginners might not make because beginners are cautious. Beginners often stick to the obvious route because they're aware they don't know the environment. Experience can create comfort. Comfort can create risk. So when locals say experience doesn't always help, they're not insulting skilled hikers. They're acknowledging that skill can create the conditions for mistakes that feel justified in the moment. Now from the search party side, experience is also limited because searchers can't always predict the missing person's behaviour. There are common patterns in lost person behaviour, but they're not guaranteed. Some people move downhill, some move uphill, some stay put, some wander, some follow water, some follow ridges, some try to return the way they came, some panic and run, some become calm and sit down, and sometimes people do something that makes no sense to anyone else. They might leave the trail for no clear reason. They might climb into steep terrain. They might move in a direction that leads away from safety. They might cross a stream and then not cross back. They might go quiet and hide, even from rescuers, because panic makes them afraid of everything. This is one of the hardest truths in search and rescue. A missing person might not respond to calls. They might not call back. They might not move toward voices. They might not make themselves visible. Not because they don't want to be found, but because fear can make people behave in ways that look irrational from the outside. So searchers can be close and still not connect. Now, Another reason experience doesn't always help is that the triangle environment can break tools. Phones lose signal, GPS accuracy drops under dense canopy, batteries drain, maps don't always match reroutes, trails intersect with old roads, unofficial paths appear, and when tools fail, even experienced people can be thrown off. An experienced hiker might be more likely to rely on a GPS track, assuming it will keep them safe. If that track becomes inaccurate, they might follow it into the wrong area. A less experienced hiker might rely on staying on the obvious path, which might actually keep them safer. So experience doesn't always correlate with the safest behaviour. Now let's talk about how search parties actually move through these woods, because it helps explain why people can remain missing even when a lot of effort is applied. Search teams often use line searches. They spread out and move in a line, scanning the ground and the area ahead. They call out, they listen, they look for clothing, gear, footprints, disturbed vegetation, anything that stands out. But line searches are limited by visibility. In dense forest, a line search can miss someone who is just beyond a wall of brush. Searchers can be within shouting distance and not see the missing person. Teams also use grid searches, breaking the area into sections, but terrain doesn't fit neatly into grids. A steep ravine might be in the grid, but hard to access. A ridge might take longer to search than a flat area. A creek might block movement. So even a well-planned search can be uneven. Then there are dogs. Search dogs can be incredibly effective, but they're not magic. Wind, rain, temperature, and terrain affect scent. Water can carry scent away. Dense vegetation can trap scent. If the missing person crossed water, the scent trail can become complicated, so dogs help, but they don't guarantee results. Then there are drones. Drones can scan areas quickly, but tree canopy blocks visibility from above. In thick forest, a drone might only see the tops of trees. Thermal imaging can help in some cases, but it depends on conditions. If the missing person is under heavy cover, thermal may not detect them. If the temperature difference is small, thermal contrast can be weak. So drones help, but they don't solve everything. Then there are helicopters. Helicopters can cover large areas, but again, canopy limits what can be seen. They're also expensive, weather-dependent, and not always available, so the search is always constrained. Now, one of the hardest lessons search parties learn in the Triangle is that the forest can create false certainty. A team might search an area thoroughly and believe it's clear. They might mark it as searched. They might move on. And later, someone finds evidence in that same area. A piece of clothing, a footprint, a backpack. Or, in the worst cases, the person. This is not because searchers are careless. It's because the environment is complex. Visibility is limited. People miss things. That possibility that you can search and still miss is one of the most haunting parts of these cases, because it means effort is not always enough. Now, locals sometimes describe the Triangle as the place that hides people. That's not a mystical statement. It's a description of terrain and vegetation. It's a recognition that this environment can conceal a person incredibly well. And when a community has seen that happen, they stop taking the woods lightly. Now, another hard lesson is that searches can become dangerous for the searchers. People get injured. People get dehydrated. People get hypothermic. People get lost. It's not uncommon for search and rescue operations to have close calls of their own. That's why experienced teams have strict protocols. That's why they track their position. That's why they rotate teams. That's why they don't let emotion override safety. But in a community search, emotion is always present. Family members want to search. Friends want to search. Locals want to help. And sometimes, those well-meaning efforts create more risk. So one of the hard lessons is that not everyone should go into the woods during a search, even if they care deeply, because the woods can take more than one person. Now, there's another part of the Triangle search stories that locals talk about quietly. The moments when searchers hear something, a call, a whistle, a sound that seems like it could be a person. They move toward it. They find nothing. This happens in real searches. Sound carries strangely. Echoes distort. Animals make calls that resemble human cries. Wind moves through trees in ways that mimic voices, so searchers can chase false signals. And chasing false signals costs time and energy. This is one reason voice stories are so persistent in the Triangle. They show up not just in hiker accounts, but in search accounts too. And when trained searchers admit they heard something that made them pause, it adds weight to the reputation. Now, another hard lesson is that the missing person is not always where logic says they should be. Search plans often prioritise the most likely areas, but people can travel farther than expected, especially if they keep moving. They can also end up in places that are hard to imagine, like steep slopes or dense brush, because fear can push people into bad terrain. Sometimes missing people are found uphill when everyone assumed they went downhill. Sometimes they are found far from the trail. Sometimes they are found in places that were considered unlikely. This unpredictability makes searches harder, and it contributes to the sense that the Triangle is not a place where normal assumptions always work. Now, let's talk about why locals say experience doesn't always help in another sense. Because sometimes the missing person is experienced, and that makes the search harder. That sounds strange, but it's true. An experienced hiker might travel farther off trail. An experienced hiker might attempt a shortcut. An experienced hiker might push deeper. An experienced hiker might think they can self-rescue rather than staying put. So when they get into trouble, they might be farther from the last known point than searchers expect. That can expand the search area dramatically. And in mountains, expanding the search area can quickly become overwhelming, so experience can increase the scale of the problem. Now, there's another aspect of search parties in the Triangle that locals remember, and it's the emotional toll. Searchers walk for hours, scanning ground and brush. They call out names, they listen for responses, they hope, they keep moving, and as the days pass, hope becomes heavier. Not because people give up easily, but because they understand what time does in the wilderness. They understand cold nights. They understand injuries. They understand dehydration. They understand how hard it is to survive without shelter. So every hour matters, and when hours become days, the search shifts from rescue to recovery, even if nobody wants to say it. That shift is one of the hardest moments in any search effort. It's the moment where the community's mindset changes. The urgency becomes grief. And in the Triangle, where disappearances are part of the reputation, that grief becomes part of the local memory. Now, as we move forward, we're going to talk about what locals actually do to reduce risk, not in a dramatic way, but in practical routines and quiet precautions. The rules they follow, the habits they've built, the things they do without thinking, because they've seen enough to know the woods deserve respect. Because after you hear enough search stories, you stop asking whether the Triangle is real in a supernatural sense. You start asking a simpler question. What do the people who live there do differently, and why? When you talk to locals about the Appalachian Triangle, you'll notice something interesting. The people who take it seriously are not always the ones who tell the wildest stories. In fact, a lot of them don't like dramatic talk at all. They don't want to sound like they're selling fear. They don't want to sound superstitious. They don't want outsiders to laugh at them. They just want people to come back. So when locals share what they actually do in these woods, it's usually not presented as a legend. It's presented as habit, routine, a set of quiet precautions that they follow without making a big deal out of it. And if you listen closely, you'll realise something important. Most of what locals do is practical. Some of it sounds like superstition, but it still serves a practical purpose. And almost all of it is designed to prevent the same chain of mistakes that shows up in triangle stories over and over again. Trail feels wrong, markers don't match, time slips, voices call, cold pockets hit, watcher feeling arrives. Then someone makes one bad decision and the situation becomes a search. Locals don't want that, so they build habits that interrupt the chain early. Now, the first thing locals do is simple, and it's the thing many visitors skip because it feels unnecessary. They tell someone where they're going, not vaguely, not, I'm going hiking. They say the trail name, they say the trailhead, they say the direction they plan to go, they say when they expect to be back, and they stick to that plan as much as possible. This is not about paranoia, it's about time. If you go missing, the difference between a search starting at 6 p.m. and a search starting at midnight can be the difference between being found alive and being found too late. Locals know that, so they don't treat check-ins like a formality. They treat it like a safety system. Now, another thing locals do is they start earlier than visitors expect. Tourists often start hikes late in the day. They sleep in, they drive out, they arrive at noon. They think they have plenty of daylight. Locals don't like that. They know the mountains eat daylight. They know that under canopy, it gets dark earlier than you think. They know weather can change fast. They know that if you get turned around, the last thing you want is the sun dropping. So locals start early, they build a buffer, they don't hike against the clock. Now, locals also pack differently than many casual hikers. They don't pack like they're going on an expedition, but they pack like they might have to stay out longer than planned. Even on a short hike, locals often bring things that seem excessive to outsiders. A light source, a whistle, extra water, a snack with real calories, not just a small granola bar, a jacket, even when it's warm, sometimes a small first aid kit, sometimes a lighter or fire starter, sometimes a physical map, sometimes a compass. And the reason is simple. They've seen how fast a short hike can turn into a long night. Now, there's another habit locals have, and it's one that doesn't get talked about as much because it sounds old-fashioned. They pay attention to the sky. They pay attention to the wind. They pay attention to how the air feels. They notice temperature shifts. They notice cloud movement. They notice fog building in hollows. Visitors often rely on phone weather apps. Locals rely on their senses, not because apps are useless, but because signal can be unreliable, and because mountain weather doesn't always follow the neat predictions. So if the air changes too fast, locals don't argue with it. They adjust. They leave. They don't wait to see if it gets worse. Now, one of the most repeated local rules is also one of the simplest. Stay on the trail. This sounds obvious, but locals mean it in a stricter way than most hikers do. They don't step off trail for shortcuts. They don't cut switchbacks. They don't wander into brush to explore unless they truly know the area. They don't follow faint paths just because they look interesting. They don't chase views. They don't chase sounds. They don't chase curiosity. Because locals understand that the Appalachian Triangle is full of side paths that look safe until they aren't. Old roads, animal trails, unofficial shortcuts, dry creek beds. All of these can pull you off the route and into terrain that is harder to navigate. So locals stay on the trail, and if they leave it for any reason, they do it deliberately and with a plan. Now, another local habit is something that sounds almost too simple to matter. They turn around often, not because they're lost, but because they want to know what the trail looks like in reverse. This is one of the smartest navigation habits you can have. A trail looks different when you're walking back. Landmarks appear from different angles. Turns look different. Features that were obvious on the way in might be subtle on the way out. So locals glance back. They memorize the return view. It's a small habit that can save you if you have to backtrack in stress. Now, locals also tend to avoid hiking alone in certain areas, especially in the triangle zones with stronger reputations. They might hike alone on familiar routes near home, but in deeper areas or in places with confusing intersections, they prefer a partner, not because they think something is hunting people, but because two people create redundancy. If one person gets injured, the other can help. If one person panics, the other can calm them. If one person misreads the trail, the other might catch it. And if something strange happens, you have a witness. That last part matters more than people admit. When a person is alone and something unsettling happens, the experience can spiral because there's no one to confirm reality. When you're with someone, you can compare perceptions. Did you hear that? Did you see that? Did the air just change? Did we miss a turn? That shared reality reduces panic. So locals often prefer pairs. Now, another local rule is about pace. Visitors sometimes hike like they're trying to prove something. They push hard. They rush. They chase a destination. They ignore fatigue. Locals don't always do that. They move at a pace that they can sustain. They conserve energy. They don't burn out early. Because locals understand that fatigue is not just discomfort. Fatigue is a risk factor. Fatigue leads to poor decisions. Fatigue leads to missteps. Fatigue leads to time loss. So locals pace themselves. Now locals also keep track of time in a very specific way. Not obsessively, but deliberately. They check the time at the trailhead. They check it at major landmarks. They check it at junctions. They check it before deciding to push further. They don't let the day drift. Because missing time is one of the triangle patterns, and even if you don't believe in anything strange, losing track of time in the woods is dangerous, so locals keep time awareness. Now, here's a local habit that sounds small, but it's huge. They carry a whistle, not because they plan to use it, but because yelling doesn't work as well as people think. A whistle carries farther. A whistle is less exhausting. A whistle cuts through wind and water noise. A whistle can be heard by searchers, and if you're injured, a whistle might be the only way you can signal without draining yourself. So locals keep one. Now, another local habit is about noise. Some locals talk while they hike. Some wear small bells. Some make occasional sounds. This is partly for wildlife safety, especially bears. But it also serves another purpose. It keeps the environment from feeling too quiet. That might sound strange, but silence can mess with your mind. Silence makes you hyper-aware. Silence makes you listen for things that might not matter. Silence makes you interpret. So some locals keep a normal human level of sound. Not loud, not disruptive, but enough to keep themselves anchored. Now, locals also tend to avoid certain behaviours that visitors do without thinking. They don't wear headphones that block outside sound. They don't blast music. They don't stare at their phone while walking. They don't rely on GPS alone. They don't wander while distracted. Because attention is a safety tool. If your attention is elsewhere, you miss trail cues. You miss marker changes. You miss weather shifts. You miss the moment when the trail starts feeling wrong. So locals keep attention on the environment. Now, let's talk about the part that some people call rituals, because this is where local behaviour starts to sound superstitious even when it's tied to practical thinking. Some locals do small things before entering certain areas. They might say something out loud, quietly, like a greeting to the woods. They might tap the hood of their car. They might take a breath and pause at the trailhead. They might avoid speaking certain words. They might avoid whistling at night. They might avoid responding to voices. They might avoid calling someone's name into the woods. Now you can interpret these behaviours in different ways. Some of them are pure folklore, some of them are cultural habits, some of them are personal routines, but even when they're not scientifically necessary, they serve a practical function. They create mindfulness, they slow the person down, they remind them that they're entering a place that deserves respect. They prevent reckless behaviour. So even if the ritual itself doesn't protect you, the mindset it creates can. Now, one of the strongest local warnings is about answering calls from off-trail. If you hear someone calling you, especially if it sounds like your name, locals often say don't answer immediately. Stop, listen, locate, confirm. Because if you answer without thinking, you might step off trail. You might move toward a sound you can't place. You might lose orientation. So locals treat voices as a navigation hazard as much as a spooky detail. Now, another local precaution is about turning back. Visitors often treat turning back as failure. They want to finish the loop. They want to reach the viewpoint. They want the full experience. Locals treat turning back as skill. If the trail feels wrong, they turn back. If the weather shifts, they turn back. If the air gets cold too fast, they turn back. If the woods go quiet in a way that feels off, they turn back. If the markers don't match, they turn back. They don't argue with the feeling. They don't try to force the day to behave. They leave while leaving is still easy. That is one of the biggest differences between locals and visitors. Locals don't need the hike to prove anything. They'd rather come back another day. Now, locals also tend to avoid hiking certain areas at certain times. They avoid late evening, they avoid heavy fog, they avoid storms, they avoid times when the ground is slick, they avoid times when streams are high, they avoid times when the forest is in transition. Because transition is when mistakes happen. A trail that is easy in dry conditions can become dangerous in wet conditions. A stream crossing that is simple in the morning can become risky after rain. A ridge that feels fine in sunlight can feel confusing in fog. So locals choose their timing carefully. Now, here's another local habit that is less romantic but very real. They know when to call for help. Visitors often delay calling because they're embarrassed. They don't want to admit they're lost. They don't want to waste resources. They think they can fix it. Locals know that waiting can turn a small problem into a crisis, so if they realise they're truly off course, they don't let pride trap them. They seek help early. Now, there's also a quiet local habit around what not to do when you're lost. They don't keep wandering. They don't chase random paths. They don't keep moving deeper just because forward feels like progress. They stop, they assess, they anchor themselves, they make a plan, they conserve energy, they keep themselves oriented. Because wandering is how you lose time, and losing time is how you lose daylight. Now, locals also tend to pay attention to small environmental cues that visitors ignore. Fresh footprints, broken branches, changes in bird calls, sudden silence, a shift in wind, the smell of water, the smell of smoke. These cues can tell you whether other people are nearby, whether weather is changing, whether animals are active, whether you're near a road or a stream. So locals treat the woods like a conversation. They listen to it, not in a mystical way, but in a practical way. Now, one more local precaution is about boundaries. Locals know the difference between public land, private land, and restricted areas. They know where certain trails cross into hunting zones. They know where old roads lead to private property. They know where people don't want strangers wandering. Visitors often don't know that, and they can accidentally walk into places that create risk, not supernatural risk, but human risk. Angry landowners, hunting activity, remote areas with no easy exit. So locals stay aware of boundaries. Now, if you step back and look at all of these habits, you'll notice something. Locals don't treat the triangle as a mystery to solve. They treat it as a place to respect. They don't need to know exactly why a trail feels wrong. They just know what to do when it happens. They don't need to prove whether voices are real. They just know not to follow them. They don't need to explain missing time. They just know to keep track of time. They don't need to name watchers. They just know to leave when their instincts spike. And that is why locals survive these woods. Not because they're fearless, because they're disciplined. Now, as we move into the final stretch of this story, we're going to bring all of these warnings together into one quiet message. Not a dramatic warning, not a threat, not a scare tactic, just the kind of advice you'd give someone you actually care about. Because the Appalachian Triangle is not a place that needs exaggeration to be dangerous. It's dangerous enough when you underestimate it. And the people who live around it have learned that the safest way to walk these trails is not to challenge the woods. It's to move through them carefully, with attention, and with the humility to turn back when the day stops feeling normal. If you ever hike in the Appalachian Triangle, there's one thing I want you to carry with you, and it's not a scary story. It's not a monster description. It's not a dramatic warning that makes the woods sound like a movie. It's something quieter. It's the kind of advice that people give when they've seen enough to stop trying to impress anyone. Respect the mountains and don't argue with the moment when your body tells you something is wrong. Because in this region, the most dangerous thing isn't always the steep slope or the sudden weather shift, even though those are real. The most dangerous thing is the way small problems stack up when you keep pushing forward. One missed marker, one wrong turn, one extra mile, 1 hour lost, one bad decision made because you didn't want to turn around, and then the day changes, not in a supernatural way, but in a very real way. The sun drops, the temperature falls, the woods get quiet, your phone signal fades, your battery drains, your mind starts rushing, and now you're no longer hiking. You're trying to solve a problem while your body's getting tired and your environment is getting harder. That's how people end up in trouble here. Not because the forest is evil, because the forest is indifferent. Now, locals who warn hikers about the triangle aren't always warning you about one specific place on a map. They're warning you about a pattern. They're warning you about how the Appalachians behave when you treat them like a casual backdrop. These mountains are old, and they don't care about your plans. They don't care about your confidence. They don't care about your experience. They don't care that you only meant to go out for an hour. If you make a mistake, the woods will let you keep making it. That's what makes the triangle feel different. It's not one dramatic moment. It's the slow shift from normal to wrong, and the way that shift can happen without giving you a clear reason. So if you ever hike there, remember this. The goal is not to conquer the trail. The goal is to come back. Now here's the most practical warning you can take, and it's the one that solves more problems than any other. Start earlier than you think you need to. Most trouble starts late in the day. People begin a hike when the sun is already leaning toward evening. They assume they have time. They assume the trail will be simple. They assume they'll be back before dark. But the woods don't work like that. Under canopy, light fades sooner. On ridges, wind can chill you faster. In hollows, fog can build without warning. If you lose time, you lose daylight. So give yourself daylight like it's part of your gear. Treat it as something you carry. Treat it as a resource you don't waste. Now, another warning that locals repeat is about staying on the trail, and it sounds basic until you understand how many ways people leave the trail without meaning to. They step off to take a picture. They step off to go around a fallen tree. They step off to find a bathroom spot. They step off because they see a path that looks interesting. They step off because they think they'll only go a few feet. and then they look up, and the trail is not where they thought it was. In a place like the Triangle, where the forest can be thick and the ground can slope in ways that pull you sideways, a few feet becomes, I'm not sure which way I came from. So the warning is simple. If you leave the trail, do it deliberately and keep the trail in sight. If you can't keep it in sight, don't leave it. Now, let's talk about the warning that matters most when the day starts feeling wrong. Turn back early, not late. Early. Most hikers wait too long to turn back. They keep going because they want to reach a destination. They keep going because they don't want to waste the effort. They keep going because they don't want to admit something feels off. But turning back early is not quitting. It's choosing safety while safety is still easy. If the markers don't match, turn back. If you lose blazes for too long, turn back. If the trail starts feeling unfamiliar, turn back. If the woods go quiet and your body tenses, turn back. If you hear something that makes you want to step off trail, turn back. If your sense of time starts slipping, turn back. Because the longer you wait, the harder it becomes to reverse. And the Triangle stories are full of people who waited until the moment they were truly scared, then tried to leave in a rush. Rushing makes you trip. Rushing makes you miss turns. Rushing makes you lose the trail. So the warning is not be brave, it's be smart. Now here's another thing locals do that visitors often don't. They keep track of time like it matters. Because it does. You don't have to stare at your watch every minute, but you should know roughly where you are in the day. Check the time at the trailhead. Check it at a junction. Check it when you reach a viewpoint. Check it before you decide to push deeper. If you can't explain where the last hour went, that's a sign you need to simplify your situation. That's a sign you need to get back to known ground. Now, another warning that matters is about sound. If you hear voices in the woods, don't follow them. That sounds harsh, but it's practical. Sometimes it's another hiker. Sometimes it's someone who needs help. Sometimes it's a person calling out. But sometimes sound is distorted. Sometimes you can't locate it. Sometimes it's an animal, sometimes it's an echo. If you chase sound off trail, you might lose the trail completely. So the safest move is to stop, listen, and confirm before you move. If you can't confirm, don't commit. Now, here's a warning that people don't like to hear, but it matters. Don't hike the Triangle alone if you don't know the area. Even experienced hikers can get turned around here, and the problem with being alone is that you have no backup. If you twist your ankle, you're alone. If you panic, you're alone. If you lose the trail, you're alone. If your phone dies, you're alone. If you feel watched, you're alone with your own mind. A second person changes everything, not because they can fight off some threat, but because they can stabilize the situation. They can share navigation. They can help in an emergency. They can call for help. They can keep you from making a bad decision in fear. So if you're new to the area, don't go solo. Now, let's talk about the warning that locals follow even when they don't say it. Don't treat the woods like a place that owes you clarity. This is a mindset shift, and it matters. Visitors often expect the trail to be obvious, the signs to be clear, the route to be straightforward. When it isn't, they get frustrated. They push harder. They assume the trail will eventually make sense again. But in the Appalachians, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the trail is faint. Sometimes it crosses old roads. Sometimes it intersects with animal paths. Sometimes markers are faded. Sometimes storms change the landscape. So instead of expecting clarity, locals create clarity. They carry a map. They download offline maps. They bring a compass. They pay attention to landmarks. They note their direction. They don't rely on one tool. Because if one tool fails, they still have another. Now here's another warning that is simple, but it saves lives. Bring light. Even if you plan to be back before dark, even if the hike is short, even if the day is sunny, bring a headlamp or flashlight. Because if you get delayed, darkness turns a manageable trail into a hazard. Routes become traps, rocks become ankle breakers, junctions become confusing. Everything looks the same. Light buys you options. Now, another warning is about energy. Bring water. Bring calories. Not just for comfort, but for decision making. Dehydration makes you confused. Low blood sugar makes you anxious. Fatigue makes you reckless. So if you want to stay safe, you need your body working properly. That means you don't hike on empty. Now, if you ever find yourself in the triangle and something starts to feel wrong, there's a practical way to respond that doesn't require panic. Stop, breathe, listen, look around, check your map, check the time, check your direction. Then make a decision you can defend later. Not, I felt weird so I ran. Not, I didn't want to turn back so I kept going. A decision like, I'm going back to the last place I recognised. A decision like, I'm staying on the trail. A decision like, I'm calling someone now. A decision like, I'm not stepping off route for any reason. Because when fear rises, your brain wants to act fast. It wants to do something. But fast action without information is how people get lost deeper. So the warning is not never be afraid. It's don't let fear drive the steering wheel. Now, locals also have a quiet respect for one particular signal, and it's the one that shows up in almost every triangle story. That sudden, sharp instinct to leave. Not boredom, not mild discomfort, a real urge to get out. If you feel that, listen to it. Because even if there's no supernatural reason, that instinct might be noticing something your conscious mind hasn't processed yet. It might be noticing weather. It might be noticing terrain. It might be noticing that you're too far out for the time of day. It might be noticing that you're exhausted. Your body is often smarter than your pride. So if your instincts are screaming, don't negotiate. Leave. Now, here's the softest warning of all, and it's the one that ties everything together. The Appalachian Triangle doesn't need you to believe in it to be dangerous. It doesn't need your attention. It doesn't need your fear. It doesn't need your curiosity. It will be there whether you respect it or not. So if you ever hike there, treat it like a place that can turn on you without warning, not because it's alive, but because it's complex. And complexity is what traps people. Now, as you settle into rest, I want you to imagine something simple. A trailhead sign, a quiet morning, a backpack zipped, a bottle of water, a map downloaded, a plan shared with someone who cares. You step onto the trail, not rushed, not trying to prove anything, just moving steadily. And when the day begins to shift, when something feels off, you don't argue with it. You turn back, you walk out, you get to your car, you go home, and the woods stay behind you, exactly where they belong. Because the best ending to any Appalachian Triangle story is not a dramatic escape. It's a quiet return, with enough daylight left that you can look back at the ridges and feel grateful that you didn't push your luck.